Unified School District Board of Education. Today is Wednesday, November 13th. Can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Michael Smith-Dahl, Student Director Garibo, Director Hinton-Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee, here. Director Torres,
Present.
Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris. Here. President Ng is absent for the next 2 months, and Acting President London.
Here. Did he call
We have
you?
a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, the board is going to recess into closed session where we will be discussing labor matters, legal matters, and pupil matters. We will reconvene at 5:30. We are now in recess. This is the Board of Education returning from recess on November 13th, 2019. Can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call, second attendance roll call, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Student Director Garibo, Director Hinton-Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Torres, Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Acting President London.
Present. President Ng is on maternity leave. Congratulations to her. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. Before we begin, the superintendent and I would like to say a few words. I want to reiterate that this board deeply respects the will of our community to vehemently disagree with the decisions that the board makes. This is a cornerstone of our democracy, and it is critical to the success of any local government. Our last 3 regular school board meetings have been disrupted by protesters. We are now at another meeting where we expect the protests to continue. We are here in the great room rather than upstairs because the leaders of the protests have stated publicly and been quoted in the media as saying that they do not condone any threats of violence and that they have no intention to intimidate the board members or anyone else. We are taking the leaders of these protests at their word. As we have done at prior meetings, we will need to leave the stage and move upstairs if anyone disrupts this meeting, either by physically approaching the stage or by otherwise making it impossible for the board to conduct the business of the district. By making sure that our board meetings take place, we are simply doing what needs to be done in order for facilities to be built and maintained, students to have the supports that they need to succeed, and employees to have the proper permits and credentials to serve our students. I will now turn it over to Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
On October 24th, the day after the protest, we held a press conference. I implored us all to find another way to resolve our differences. Since that time, I have been focused on doing exactly that. I am scheduled next week to meet with community members around the decision to merge Kaiser at Sankofa. I look forward to engaging in productive dialogue. We continue to explore ways to engage in constructive community dialogue around these issues. We welcome your thoughts and ideas. We will be launching an inquiry led by an independent third party into the response by our police and safety officers to the protest on October 23rd. Chief of Police Jeff Godown supports this inquiry. More information on the inquiry will be released as soon as it becomes final. Separate from the October 23rd inquiry, Chief Godown has requested bringing in an outside expert to re-examine the role of the Oakland School Police Department in meeting the needs of students and employees and to explore ways to improve how it serves OUSD students and employees. I have agreed to his request. More information on the re-examination will be released as soon as it becomes final. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Coming out of closed session, we have no reportable action. At this point, we will review our oath of office, which is that we solemnly affirm that we will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Charter of the City of Oakland, and will perform the duties of a school board director to the best of our ability. We have several meeting norms that are listed in the agenda. I refer them to you for your consideration. Item I, special orders of the day, we have none. Item J, submission of speaker cards and modifications to the agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the agenda tonight, please fill out a speaker card now and leave it at the front. We will make sure that we get it so that when the time for speakers come, you are called. You also have the option to submit your comments online through our Agenda Online comment system. Colleagues, are there any modifications to the agenda for this evening? Great. Seeing none, we will move to the report of the student board members, although they are just coming in. So, are you ready to give your report? I'm sorry, we're already at your item. Do you need a minute? You don't have a report? No. Do you have something you want to, do you need a minute? We will come back. We will come back to the student board members. They need a minute to settle in. Item L is the president's report. We do not have a president's report this evening. With your indulgence, colleagues, I think we'll go to the superintendent's report and then come back to the students. Does that work for you? Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. So we're going to be now on item N, superintendent's report. Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
Good evening again, community and board of directors. Before we proceed with tonight's board meeting, I would like to take a few minutes to publicly recognize a group of amazing and dedicated educators from our after-school program and summer school community. Many families depend on our after-school and summer school programs to provide nurturing and engaging learning environments for our schools, for our students. Students in after school receive over 180 hours of additional academic support. They have access to a variety of enrichment opportunities like drama, music, STEAM, robotics, daily physical activity, and dance. And students are also provided with a variety of service learning, outdoor education, and youth advocacy. Our staff go beyond the call of duty by creating spaces where students learn about their cultural identity and the world around them. Tonight, I would like to honor 4 Jason Quinto Award nominees. But I'd like to provide just a little bit of background about who Jason Quinto was. In his spirit, we recognize these following nominees. This individual worked for eBayC and died at the early age of 29. And in his spirit, these awards are given to individuals who promote and exemplify social justice and who work hard to provide students with quality learning environments. All 4 individuals were nominees of this award of the various schools that you see here. And Shamanika Clark, who works at Piedmont Elementary as a program coordinator, actually received the award. She works for the YMCA of the East Bay and has worked in the Piedmont community for over 10 years. And so we honor her for our service for our elementary students and for providing quality after-school programs for our students in Oakland. In addition, I want to honor Juan Ramirez as well. He's a former awardee in 2016 and works for Street Academy. Both of these educators received the Alameda County of Education Quality Award for their leadership and service in Oakland. So again, we just want to lift up all of the amazing work of our after-school program and summer school program educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Student directors, are you ready now? Great. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. So we as student directors just want to say that we stand for the community and we love the energy that we're getting right now. I love this movement. I just love the representation y'all giving Oakland and what Oakland is all about, because we have the power. At the end of the day, we have the power. You want to say? So, thank you.
Thank you, student directors. Well, okay, the superintendent has two more things she wanted to mention.
I am sorry, I just wanted to make sure that we all honor, we had two deaths this weekend. One, as many of you know, was the CEO of Kaiser Permanente, Bernard Tyson. As many of you know, Kaiser Permanente has been a longtime partner for us in OUSD. They have supported a lot of our work, whether we're talking about newcomers, school-based health clinics. So I just like to have this meeting in honor of his spirit. And tragically, in the Karl Monk community, the PTA president suddenly died over this weekend. She was pregnant, and so we've lost a member of the community. She was very dedicated, and the community there, they are grieving. They are in the process of trying to provide services, food services for the family, and so we will be putting out more information if anyone is interested in helping and supporting the family through their time. So I just want to have this meeting in honor of both of those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, and our condolences and to the families and communities that have been so sadly affected by this. We'll move now to item N, which is comment by our collective bargaining units. Are there any leaders from our collective bargaining units who wish to offer comment right now? Okay, I do not. Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Superintendent, Executive Cabinet. I'm Keith Brown, teacher at Bret Harte Middle School, president of the Oakland Education Association. I am hopeful for public education in California because we have the opportunity to place the Schools and Community First initiative on the ballot in 2020. This initiative will raise $12 billion annually by reassessing the true value of large corporate properties in the state. Roughly speaking, that's between $36 to $42 million in support of OUSD's mission to build a full-service community school district focused on high academic achievement while serving the whole child, eliminating inequity, and providing each child with excellent teachers every day. Achieving OUSD's mission is not just a question of money. Actions taken by the district in recent years have undercut our commitment to equity. To be clear, I'm talking about school closures that disproportionately harm Black and brown students. We have asked for and not seen any evidence that closing a child's school will improve their learning outcomes or save money that could be reinvested in community schools. How many schools have we closed since 2004? Are we in any better fiscal shape today than we were then? Last year, OUSD overspent its original budget on administrators by $1.5 million. Even if we trusted your cost savings estimate on the closure of routes, those minimal savings would be swallowed whole by the freewheeling spending culture in OUSD. So, the 3,000 educators of the Oakland Education Association call for an end to the so-called blueprint process that prioritizes facilities over families. We call for defunding the OUSD police force and ending our in-house criminalization of our youth. Any entity bold enough to choke and club parents at a school board meeting has no business around our students. James Baldwin once said, "I can't believe what you say because I see what you do." He could be talking about how OUSD treats teachers in this district. Students, parents, community stood with teachers for 7 days on strike to secure class size reductions, more student supports, and a living wage. That was in March. And now we are here, and the district is not respecting the agreement you made to hire more psychologists. You aren't respecting the agreement you made with us to hire more speech therapists. You aren't respecting the agreement you made with us to hire more newcomer staff. Not to mention, you aren't respecting the agreement you made with us regarding our health care. Again, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. I close by saying I am hopeful for public education in the state of California. I want to be hopeful for public schools in Oakland. Ultimately, that's up to each of you individually and collectively to give us all the hope in OUSD again. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there representatives from other bargaining units who would like to take advantage of this opportunity to provide comment? Okay, I do not see leaders from any of our additional bargaining units. At this time, oh, there is. Hi, thank you. Sorry about that.
My name is Tamu Lopez, and I am a resident of Oakland. I have 4 children in OUSD.
Excuse me, this item is for representatives of our labor unions. That we will come to public comment on non-agenda items later, but right now this is a different item on the agenda. So if I could ask you to come back, you need to, are you affiliated with one of our unions?
Can I still finish? I am a parent here, so I would rather just get it out the way now. Is that okay?
No, we have a process, and we need to respect our process. So
The people want to hear me finish what I have to say.
ma'am, we will come to you, but right now is not the time in the agenda for public comment. So if you could step
Long
down.
enough you all been talking. It is time for you to listen to community. Period. It is our time to talk. Have some respect and listen to the people that put you.
We will allow you to speak, but this is not the time in the agenda. There are copies of the agenda over there, and the item that you want to speak on, I believe, is after we adopt our general consent report. Right, ma'am, we're gonna move on now. We are moving on now to.
We are asking you to consider.
We will have time to talk with you at the right time in the agenda. After we adopt the consent report, we come to. Okay, we are now moving on, ma'am. We're now going to move on to public comment on agenda items A through N, the items we just heard. Okay. I would like to restart the clock, but she won't. Miss, okay, call. Thank you. We will continue on now with item 0, which is item O rather, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Ms. Floyd, can you please, Sir, we have a process here. We're going to call the names of the cards of the people who have. We would like to turn on the mic if the speaker would give us a minute to organize ourselves around item O. We would like to listen. We would like to listen to the speaker. The suggestion we have from our general counsel is to recess the meeting and listen. We are now in recess. We will stay here and listen to the comments. Item O, please come forward. Thank you. 2 minutes. It will come on. It will come on. They control the microphones from upstairs in the TV studio.
I know.
Ms. Kapner, if you begin speaking, I believe the microphone will respond. Please stand in front of the.
Okay, so they all have cards, so I am online to speak, and I am going to speak after these two speakers here who you have not allowed to speak, because I stand with them for cops out of the classrooms and our schools and books in and stop school closures. Listen to the students and the parents and the teachers. Don't beat them up. Give the Black and Latino resources. Don't disregard the teacher's contract that we struck over against school closures. We will build the fight. Actually, that's all I have to say, because I'm here with this community, Black, Brown, Latino, Arab, Asian, White, to say out with the privatizer school board and in with democracy and what this community wants.
Mic check. All right, so this is part 1 of the People's Plan for Police-Free Schools by 2020.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Akila Shahid.
And I don't recall your name for item O, which is public comment on agenda items A through N.
I'm on there. Part 1 is to divest from school policing by eliminating the Oakland School Police Department by 2020 and barring any future contracts with law enforcement. Why is this important? Because Oakland Unified School District data on disproportionate enforcement and school policing
We are going to go back into
impacts show
recess.
that
This is not
Oakland's
the
black
agenda
youth
item on which we are
currently
taking
being
comment
harmed
right
by
now.
School policing. School police.
Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson, Asada Olabala.
Thank you. If the individuals whose names were called could come forward, we will take your comments on the general consent report. We will come after the general consent report will be public comment on non-agenda items, and the teacher from Elmhurst and others can return at that time. No, no, that is not where we are on the agenda. We're back in recess. We are now on item P. We have several speakers. We have 5 speakers on item P. Mike Hutchinson, Carla Victor, Ben Tapscott, Jim Mordecai, Asada Olugabala. Mr. Hutchinson, you are welcome to give public comment on the general consent report. That's where we are on the agenda. Please proceed.
So we just skipped over item O because I tried to speak on that and my name was called and I lined up.
Unfortunately, you were blocked from getting to the microphone. Mr. Hutchinson, let's start the microphone. Mr. Hutchinson, this is your time to comment on item P.
My clock's not running. This is
mic.
not how the meeting's even supposed to be run. So I am so glad that we have everyone here to see this today. Because at the last meeting, I was denied access into the building, into the meeting, and we have it on video documented.
Do you have comments on the general consent report?
I am commenting on it. When I came in before, I couldn't get in the building because the door was locked at 4:30. When I tried to file an e-comment before this meeting to sign up to speak online and to leave a comment on the official record, it was not working for the second week in a row. You have eliminated public access and public comment from your meetings, which is illegal to preemptively do that. And this is after you had the OUSPD attack the community right here. I've been to every school board meeting in 8 years. I've been coming to school board meetings since before I was born. We've never seen that before. And not one of you came down and checked on us that night. Put my life under threat when you call OPD and a helicopter and 10 cars for backup. Not one apology. Nobody has accepted responsibility. The investigation still hasn't started. You still haven't released the body cam. And your response was to double down and eliminate any public access. This is Oakland, California. And thankfully, y'all might not be aware, but the city is reawakening again. The city is not going to put up with the people we elect using their police force against us anymore. And whether it's you violently attacking us by closing our schools, by cutting our budgets, or by having OUSC PD officers with their clubs assault people, we will not accept this anymore. And there's no more business as usual in Oakland, California.
The remaining speakers on item P are Carla Victor, Ben Tapscott, Jim Mordecai, Asada Olugabala.
Thank you so much. My name is Saru Jayaraman.
We will be in recess.
I am a parent.
Good evening. We are returning from recess. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, on the roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Student Director Garabio. Yes, well, one day. Director Hodge.
Hinton Hodge, present.
Okay. Director Yee.
Here.
Director Torres.
Present.
Director Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Director Harris. Here. Acting President London.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you. We are now resuming the school board meeting from our upstairs location. To be clear, we would much prefer to have stayed in the great room, but we must conduct the necessary and important business of the district. By resuming the meeting upstairs, the media is permitted and the public is still able to participate. To any member of the media who wishes to be present upstairs, please go outside and enter the building on East 10th Street at the KDOL entrance. You will be admitted one at a time. Only verified members of the media will be allowed upstairs. We are about to enter public comment on item P, the consent agenda. For this comment period and all others, I want to share a few reminders. First, I would like to remind everyone that our board meeting is broadcasting live online, except when we are in recess. This means that our meetings and anything captured on video will be archived online and will be online forever. Additionally, I want to remind all speakers that there are children in the audience, or they may also be listening or watching at home, so please keep that in mind as you speak. Second, given the number of people here tonight, we are going to limit the time per speaker to 1 minute. This will allow us to hear from as many speakers as possible. If you are still speaking when your time is up, you are allowed to finish your sentence. Please note that minutes cannot be transferred or combined. On an individual basis, I can allow for extra time for those who need translation or require other communication-related accommodations. Third, we understand that there are critical issues that many people feel very passionate about. In order to be fair to all speakers, and so we can hear from as many speakers as possible, I will ask you to stop once your time has elapsed. Additionally, please keep your comments relevant to the item being discussed at the time. In the case of the item coming up, that will be the consent agenda. Please note that for a specific item, if I need to turn the mic off for 3 speakers, I will be forced to end public comment for that item. I would appreciate not being in a situation where I need to ask that the mic be turned off or need to cancel public comment altogether. Not everybody knows this, but the board cannot respond directly to comments or questions made during public comment, as doing so could constitute a violation of the State of California's Brown Act. Lastly, please note that you can access the bathroom through the doors in the back corner. At this time, we're going to move to public comment on item P. The item has been previously moved by Director Hinton.
The sound system downstairs may not be working, so we're trying to figure out what's going on. So if you just, I'm sorry, I apologize. Just give us a minute.
Okay.
To try to figure that out.
We're going to take a minute to ensure. Can you guys hear us downstairs? Ms. Falloy, Mr. Weintraub, can you hear us?
I think they messed with the system.
They mess.
We don't know. We don't turn it off, unplugged it, something. We don't know. Yeah, I don't think they're hearing us.
Okay. What would you like me to do?
Give me a minute.
Okay, we're going to pause for a minute while we figure out how we can get sound reinstituted to the great room. We are in recess. Mr. Rakestraw, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, and the attendance roll call, Director Hinton Hodge.
Present.
Director Yee. Director Torres. Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Director Harris. Acting President London.
Present.
Quorum present.
We are now resuming the meeting upstairs. To be clear, we would much prefer to have stayed in the great room, but we must conduct the necessary and important business of the district. By resuming the meeting upstairs, the media is permitted and the public is still able to participate. To any member of the media who wishes to be present upstairs, please go outside and enter the building on East 10th Street at the KDOL entrance. You will be admitted one at a time. Only verified members of the media will be allowed upstairs. We are about to enter public comment on item P, the consent agenda. For this public comment period and all others, I want to share a few reminders. First, I would like to remind everyone that our board meeting is broadcasting live online. This means that our meetings and anything captured on video will be archived online and will be online forever. Additionally, I want to remind all speakers that there are children in the audience, or they may also be listening or watching at home. So please keep that in mind as you speak. Second, given the number of people who would like to address the board this evening, we are going to limit the time per speaker to 1 minute. This will allow us to hear from as many speakers as possible. If you are still speaking when your time is up, you are allowed to finish your sentence. Please note that minutes cannot be transferred or combined. On an individual basis, we want to, can the folks downstairs, if you can hear the broadcast, please let us know.
How come we don't have anybody down there testing?
We have someone.
Okay. And they text you and said we can't hear you.
Give me one more second.
Okay, we are in recess. From recess, Mr. Rakestraw, can you establish quorum visually?
Yes.
Thank you. All members are,
All members except President Ing are present, and student directors are also absent.
thank you. Colleagues, do we have a motion to table item P, the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Any discussion? The motion is approved by affirmation.
Would you clarify why it is that we need to table this
Present.
matter?
You need to call the roll? Yes, we are tabling, okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Madam President, will you clarify why we're having to table this important agenda item that has after-school providers in it, et cetera?
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. You are correct. There are a number of very important contracts in here that are vital to the ongoing operation of our district. Sadly, when we have tried to take public comment on this item, the microphones have appear to have been tampered with downstairs, and we are unable to receive public comment, which means we are unable to complete our deliberations and take a vote on this item. Can we call the roll, please, on tabling the consent agenda?
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Acting President London.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're going to move now to discussion item S1, which is an update on the Blueprint for Quality Schools Cohort 2. We are receiving quarterly updates on this process, and I'm going to turn it over now to Superintendent Johnson Trammell.
Thank you, Board President London. At this time, I will introduce Deputy Chief of Innovation, Yvette Renteria.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent. I'm here today to provide a quarterly update on Cohort 2. You will find information that I shared today in the memo that was submitted. I will report out on the Kaiser-Sankofa merger, Frick and Soul merger, MLA expansion, and a brief update on the Fruitvale design. Under the first three, I will provide information on community updates, design team formation, and operational updates. Starting with Kaiser and Sankofa merger. When it comes to the community, there has been continued reactions and emotions since the board approval. Kaiser PTA convened a meeting focused on bringing community together. The meeting was facilitated by a consultant identified by PTA and funded by OUSD. Parents from both Kaiser and Sankofa have worked together to organize community events, including 2 movie nights at Sankofa and a barbecue at Bushrod Park that was attended by approximately 100 people from North Oakland. A total of 9 information sessions and tours are scheduled for the Sankofa tour, with approximately 50 RSVPs coming. At the request of Kaiser families, there is a specific tour scheduled for Kaiser families on December 7th. In addition to the work being done to support community and family, our superintendent and chief of talent met with Kaiser staff and answered a list of questions provided by the teachers. The design team recruitment was kicked off by the principal of Kaiser and Sankofa, who led an event where approximately 40 members of Kaiser and Sankofa community came together. At that time, the leaders and central office staff shared details about the design team, the scope of work for the year, and the decision-making process, along with a call of action for members to be a part of the design team. From that recruitment meeting, we received 18 nominations, 4 Kaiser parents, 9 Sankofa parents, 3 Sankofa staff, and 1 community member. The nominees were selected by their respective communities, which led to the creation of the design team of 12, made up of the 2 principals, 2 Sankofa parents, 3 Kaiser parents, and 3 Sankofa staff. The first design team meeting was held on November 5th, and at that time, they built community norms, clarified the role and purpose of the design team, and developed a process to identify the school name. After that design team, a survey was solicited to the Kaiser Sankofa families to discuss ideas on how to build the mission, vision, and core values of the merged school. At the second design team meeting held yesterday, the team began to synthesize the data collected from the community members to provide info, and also provided input on the school tours plans coming up. Yesterday, a walkthrough of the Sankofa facility was conducted. The school leader and our facilities team provided input on the needs for the merger. We have secured funding for the 3 portables, and our facility team has provided a scope and sequence of the work to be able to complete this work by the start of the school year. I want to move on to Frick and Soul merger. There has been a need to bring the Frick and Soul communities together. The Office of Equity has been supporting the schools to build a plan to support unity between the 2 communities. Based on the recommendations of those communities, we have established a contract with Edutainment for Equity. Edutainment for Equity conducted one-on-one meetings with stakeholders at both schools. They've recently concluded those one-on-one meetings and are now moving on to community meetings. They have their first community meeting with Soul this Friday and another one scheduled for Frick coming up. The intention and the goal is to be able to bring those 2 communities together in this process. Central office staff, the Elma office, and the Office of Equity also conducted meetings at both Soul and Frick with their staff members to discuss the design year, the decision-making process, and the scope and sequence to be able to implement the merged school by next year. I also met with the Soul community on October 16th, where families shared their concerns regarding this merger. The superintendent met twice with the principal along with a small group of staff and parents to listen to concern and field questions. The superintendent clarified that there will be one budget for the 2020-2021 school year, and it will be up to the design team to determine the specifics of the design and the merger timeline. Forming the design team has been a process led by the principals. This has resulted in a joint design team between the 2 schools. At the first design team meeting held on November 6th, both Soul and Frick principals, 6 Soul staff, 1 Soul parent, 4 Frick staff, 1 Frick community member were in attendance, along with the network superintendent, 2 staff from Elma, and 1 staff member from the Office of Equity. The Office of Innovation supported and facilitated that meeting. Just this evening, there was also another design team meeting that was held at Frick and Soul. A walkthrough was conducted at the Frick campus, and we identified minimal work to be done to support the merger. The operational needs for the merge include phone installation, speaker system, signage, moving, and minor repairs. I want to move on to the MLA expansion. I want to be clear that MLA did not have a setup necessary to kick off this 2019-20 school year at their new satellite site with adequate facilities. Given that the less than adequate kickoff at the satellite site, the community has been concerned about the expansion process. We are hoping that starting this process now, when it comes to our operational needs, will alleviate a lot of those concerns. The MLA principal has led the process to build the design team. She saw a large interest in being part of the process. She created a nomination and election process, which has resulted in a design team of 23 members. MLA principal, assistant principal, 3 classified and after-school staff, 5 teachers, 11 parents, and 2 district staffs from the Elma and Special Ed office. The design team has met twice. At the first meeting, they built team roles, clarified purpose of the design team, and developed norms for working together. At the second meeting, the focus was strategies around engaging the community in the decisions about which grades will be located on the Sherman campus and the Maxwell Park campus. Operations and Facilities has conducted a walkthrough through the Maxwell Park and has identified several needs in terms of our Maxwell Park facilities. This coming Monday, they will be conducting a walkthrough on the Sherman campus. After that walkthrough is done, they will be able to provide us all the list for both of those school sites to be able to share with us what the work will be for winter break, spring break, and summer so that the school is prepared and we have a strong start to the school year. Our final update is the Fruitvale design. We have met with the principal a few times and we are trying to connect what has already been identified in the SPSA along with the design year, and we are moving forward with plans to be able to continue that work in conjunction with the SPSA that was approved to be able to focus on next year and that alignment to happen. This concludes our Cohort 2 updates.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Renteria? We'll be giving each board member 3 minutes. Director Gonzalez.
So my main question is, how are you guys recording what you're learning from these processes? Because for me, I think that there were lots of reasons that the Frick and Soul merger made sense on paper. And then when we sort of tested it against the reality of 2 new principals and just not a lot of capacity, given all the staff vacancies and other things that have happened this year. And so what are you learning about how to handle these situations in the future? Because, you know, these schools are both in my district, and some of my schools have significant capacity issues. And so so that's my main question is, would you guys still move forward knowing what you know now about how difficult this has been? And when we encounter these sort of situations in the future with new principals or just, you know, very circumstantial, like, situations that are hard to actually move forward with, you know, to implementing the plans that we made, how are you going to handle it differently in the future if you are?
There's several things we've learned. I just want to share a few of them. One, when it comes to community, what we have learned is the facilitation and the people that are leading that process really needs to be identified by the community. We've recognized that there has been a desire sometimes to actually them create what they want for their communities to build that relationship. We saw that at both Sankofa and Kaiser. We also saw that at Frick and Soul, which is why it took us a bit longer to identify who these facilitators were to do this work. And again, our role as a district to be in that, knowing that there's some relationship building that needed to happen outside of the district. In terms of the design formation, we also learned the intense support needs for both the leaders, and I would say also this is the leaders like our Frick and Soul, who are the first year principals, but also our Kaiser Sankofa, who are veteran principals, both needing that coaching and that support to do the design work. This is very different than the day-to-day operational principal needs that principals have. So I think regardless of the tenure, there's still that coaching that is a need for our principals to have as they go through this process. Another area is really making sure that we provide the resources for these principals to be able to do the work in addition to fulfill their day-to-day needs. So one of the areas that we've done as the Office of Innovation is be able to provide all the tools to create that formation of the design team, to support them with any sort of information that needs to be sent out, flyers that needs to be sent out, give them the scope and sequence and allow them to make the decision on where they want to do. I would also say there was a big question around like, what decisions do we have? So being able to provide that up front. Here are the decisions we're looking for the design team to make, and here are the decisions that are kind of within these parameters. So an example of that would be, our decision is that we are going to have one budget for Frick and Soul. It is the design team's decision to figure out how that looks next year.
Just to follow up on that, though, I don't know what the changes are going to be for cohort 3, but if you encounter a similar situation with brand new principals and a lot of instability in the teacher staff workforce, are you still going to move forward, seeing how difficult it's been with Frick and Soul?
So we have not identified cohort 3 schools. I think one of our big pieces right now is to do these community engagements that we really are encouraging community to come and talk through what's going on in their area. So I say that to say we have not identified who those cohort 3 schools, but leadership capacity should be a factor in who these cohort 3 schools are.
Superintendent, did you want to add anything? Any further questions or comments, colleagues? Director Torres.
So I did ask these questions, and the superintendent didn't get back to me in regard to this presentation. So I've been waiting for over a week, but nonetheless, I want to know if you can get information, or you may know, anytime for 7 years going to events in this district, there are sign-in sheets. So getting a newsletter saying that 100 people showed up for a meeting in North Oakland, 100 people being some Kaiser families, 100 people being people that are just in the area being nosy about the situation because they've been watching the protest. 100 people that are, some of them are Sankofa families. what do we know about this 100 people that went to a barbecue and what's starting to sound like they just had this really good time? Yet we haven't been able to have a normal board meeting, which gives the effect of like everything is business as usual. This has just been hunky-dory. So I'm a little worried about the optics of that, because what I also would have thought I would have heard by now is how we were addressing the parents that, for instance, some of the Kaiser parents that I know personally, they were trying to get into schools years ago that got closed, I think 2012. So then their child went to Kaiser, and now their child's at a school that's been closed. So they're going to be affected sometimes multiple times. And then now they're trying to figure out where to go because they don't want to go to Sankofa. And then this issue with closing Roots. Some of the kids from Roots went to Seoul, which now is getting merged. So people being affected twice and 3 times is something that I think kind of lends itself to the question and the answers just given about not knowing who Cohort 3 schools are, but how do we avoid repeat negative and stressful experiences for families? Because I think the most affected at Kaiser, the most negatively affected, are those that this is happening twice for their children and their family. And so what's happening with those people having not a barbecue, but some kind of dialogue around how distressed they are? Because I think they've had a little bit of time now to say they'll come to a meeting instead of just coming to a protest. So I'm just wondering if that's in the works or what's going on, because I didn't get any feedback.
So 2 things in terms of, I'll start with the optics of this meeting that I mentioned, approximately 100 people showed up. Again, that was community led. So what we weren't there as districts who led that process. We weren't there trying to create a sign-in sheet. What we do have is pictures and staff members who've attended. So I just want to be really clear about these community engagements being really led by the community and us supporting the funding piece of it as much as we can. We do not have a sign-in sheet, but yeah, we have the principal, some Kaiser principal there, and also some families have shared some photos with us as well. But I also want to really stress this was a community-led group and not a district-led event.
But with that, did somebody ask who are these folks? Are they coming here for kindergarten? Or do we have any data?
No.
So it just could have been anybody. Okay.
It
No,
was
I
not
didn't
an
think
enrollment
it was,
campaign.
But I thought it was to smooth things over.
It was the idea of bringing communities together, and several of the organizers were PTA or SSC leaders within each of those schools working together to create these events.
After this many weeks, we still haven't led anything to smooth things over as far as what would happen as far as a renaming and all of these other things that are happening or that are going to happen.
The design team is leading that work. In terms of any sort of events, the PTA at Kaiser has led their event, as I mentioned, with a consultant who's a facilitator who's talked about kind of what we need to do to build our relationships, and OUSD funded it, but we have not actually led those events.
That wasn't at Sankofa, though. That was at Kaiser?
That was at Kaiser, correct.
And then with regard to the Kaiser, one of the other aspects of the disruption was what will happen to the Kaiser building. That has also not been displayed or explained or anything, or is that coming?
That has not been determined, and that will be coming, and we'll be working with the facilities team to do that.
When will we at least start
I'm happy to
meetings?
share that in the next quarterly report.
Okay. So as far as trying to pick the Cohort 3 and not have the repeat disruption for family that you close Roots, then you close Seoul, so now they're on their 3rd school in a short time. How do we manage that as far as learning from past mistakes or learning from the history of how this ends up unfortunately falling disproportionately on some families, that it would be repetitive?
Yeah, I'd say a start to that are these community district events that we encourage community to come to actually talk about and to discuss and to share what are the realities in those areas. I mean, we've done one with District 6, which was not attended very well. But what we really are wanting to do is be able to lift what is going on in those areas. And I would say in the city of Oakland, all of those dilemmas, all those challenges are very different and unique depending on where we are in Oakland, which is why we really want to concentrate our efforts in districts so that we can lift what is going on in that area over citywide, because there are just so many unique situations going on throughout the district.
When you report,
Director Torres,
yeah.
You have exceeded your
I just
time.
had one more question. So when you report back about the Kaiser building, we also had a commitment about a Santa Fe building. I also would be interested to know about attendance. So as far as the fallout from people choosing just to not go to OUSD anymore, I think it'd be important the next time to also get an idea or have the principal at Kaiser find out, you know, or it's early, but to find out as far as attendance.
Thank you. Other questions or comments, directors?
I do.
Director Hittenhodge.
So is edutainment, is that Hadari Davis and Antique Davis?
Candace is the actual facilitator, and I'm sorry I can't remember her last name right now.
It's Candace Antique. I think Antique might be her name. Okay, great. I think that is really good. I would say folks like that are really important people that I think that can stand in the gap to really talk about like race equity issues and really encourage and support people to be like honest and real. So I'm really happy to see that. I had attempted to get them to do some work with Kip Bridge at one point. So I know, I mean, they work obviously in schools, which is really good. So congratulations on that, because I think that kind of support is long overdue. While you all do amazing, great work, I think sometimes the ability to be able to really facilitate and use the, you know, that craft and those skills, it may allow you to free up. I hope you guys are in those spaces with people, because I think that is actually really important and good work. I blurted out loud, change the name. And so I think I'm still processing, obviously, the notion of merger, right? So I guess that does maybe mean a new name or what have you. But I would say that the feedback that I've gotten from some Sankofa families is that they do not feel like they're a part of the design team because it is a closed system where you chose 3 people here, 4 people here. My experience in OUSD design teams was that anybody and everybody was welcome to be at the table. There was a group of people that were kind of responsible for the learning and for the kind of voting or vetting, but no one was excluded from being in the room. And so I was very disturbed to hear that. In particular, fathers felt like that they were not selected or a part of the Sankofa team, or families that had been at Sankofa before, who are just, you know, active parents and have a real voice and want to support these processes. So I don't know what those rules are. I don't know where they come from. But I will push back on behalf of them. I would like to know a little bit more about that. And in particular, if Black men and fathers are not included in these conversations, we are not going to be able to interrupt the things that we need to really interrupt, in particular at a Sankofa. So I'd like to know, and if you're thinking of a name, there's no way in the world you're going to let 8 people be the ones who decide a name. Like, that's not going to work at all.
So the reason behind the makeup of the design team and the limitations, because a few reasons. One, there is a commitment to be able to meet and be able to be present, and they're meeting every other week. In fact, this last time they were meeting weekly because of the holiday week coming up. Also, there is a really strong commitment to be able to disseminate information out as much as possible. So as mentioned, when it came to the actual nominations, there was a survey that went out to the respective community. When it came out to the values and mission and getting people's idea, there's, again, surveys out to the people to get input. But the actual work to make sure that the process is moving, being able to be small and to have this collective team working together. But there's definitely a lot of events coming up where there's going to be a bigger collective group of people.
So to be clear, I totally disagree with this. I don't think that in this particular community it is appropriate to be saying a survey says only 3 or 4 of you people can attend. Like, it just does not make sense to the level of rancor that's going on through the Kaiser community, where there's a lot of attention and we can't figure out how to facilitate 15 people that say, I actually do want to come every week, or if they don't, that's fine. There is a core group of people that are committed to coming every week, but to in some kind of way make this a sequestered kind of process in that community, and I feel like it's my community, that I'm totally opposed to that. So I think you're going to hear from parents in a really large way. And you might feel, you know, in the same way that they intrude on these meetings, you might get people intruding on those meetings, because if it's about them designing their community, who are you to tell who's through what survey? So what? Like, I mean, beyond the survey, people want to be a part of things, and they want to have their voices heard. So as tough as this situation is for us, you know, if your design team, your principals can't handle more than like 20 people in the room, then I would suggest you get some consultants that can handle 20 people in the room, in particular Black folks in this particular situation that want to have their voices heard. So I'm going to push back. I'm going to report back to people who asked me to advocate for this, and so I'm sure you will hear from them, because I just think that that's unacceptable.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Anybody else? Director Yee? Okay. We're going to pause for a moment to see if we can take public comment.
Director London, are we finished? What did he tell us to stop?
We are
We're in recess?
waiting. We are paused
Okay.
while we determine whether the microphone has been reestablished from downstairs so that we can take public comment.
So I have another question.
Please.
It's about cohort 2, I guess.
No, we're not in recess.
We didn't get.
We
go
did
into
not. We
recess. He
paused,
just
but we
said
did not recess.
pause.
We did not recess.
So I had a quick
Did
question.
you
This is
recess
for
it?
this. No, we did not recess.
We did not recess. We paused.
And this is for also Superintendent. It's actually not agendized, but in this world of cohort stuff, we just got that letter from Elmhurst. So I'm just wondering if at some point there could be that brought back. What are they talking about?
I could come back and bring an update on a more detailed on cohort 1.
Did you receive that letter?
I just did, yeah.
Okay. Is there any more public questions or comments from the board? We now are going to recess while we reestablish the connection with the great room downstairs so that we can take public comment.
Yes.
Can I ask someone to please shut that door? Mr. Rakestraw, have you established the quorum?
Yeah, so on the, I will certify that all board members are present except President Ng.
Thank you. We will now take public comment on item S1, which was an update on the blueprint for quality schools. I want to remind people that we are going to be limiting public comment to 1 minute per person. Please remember that our meetings are being archived online because they're being captured on video, and that there are children in the audience, or they may be listening or watching at home, so please keep that in mind as you speak. As I mentioned, we're limiting time to each speaker to 1 minute. This will allow us to hear from as many speakers as possible. If you are still speaking when your time is up, you are allowed to finish your sentence. Please note that minutes cannot be transferred or combined. On an individual basis, I can allow for extra time for those who need translation or require other communication-related accommodations. Finally, we understand that there are critical issues that many people feel very passionate about. In order to be fair to all speakers, and so we can hear as many speakers as possible, I will ask you to stop once your time has elapsed. Additionally, please keep your comments relevant to the item being discussed at the time. Please note that for a specific item, if I need to turn the mic off for 3 speakers, I will be forced to end public comment for that item. I would appreciate not being in a situation where I need to ask that the mic be turned off or need to cancel public comment altogether. And finally, not everybody knows this, but the board cannot respond directly to comments or questions made during public comment, as doing so could constitute a violation of the Brown Act. We will now move to public comment on item S1. Each speaker will have 1 minute. Please line up at the microphone and you may begin speaking. Please introduce yourself as you begin. It appears there's not any. Is there anybody there who wishes to actually offer public comment? Okay, we will now move on. This will close public comment. We have not heard from anybody downstairs. It appears that there is not public comment available for this item. We are now going to go back to item P, which is adoption of the consent report. We have previously had this item moved by Director Hinton-Hodge and seconded by Director Yee. We will now move to public comment on item P on the consent agenda. The cards that I have for this item are from Ben Tapscott, Jim Mordecai, and Asada Olubaya. If Mr. Mordecai, Mr. Tapscott, or Ms. Olubaya are in the audience, they may come to the microphone and offer public comment. Ms. Victor, I do not believe that this is the public comment on the consent agenda, so this is not the item that you are here for. That will be next. We're waiting to hear if Mr. Tapscott, Mr. Mordecai, or Ms. Olubaya are there. They are the speakers who have been called for public comment. It does not appear that they are in the audience, so we will now take a vote on item P, the consent agenda. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, on the motion to adopt the general consent report, Director Hinton-Hodge?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Acting President Wonder?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to move now to new business. We're going to start with item T3, which is a report on our special education program priority areas. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. We're on the special education presentation.
Good evening again.
Excuse me, I apologize, Ms. Bawa. We were at 7:30 scheduled to go to public comment on non-agenda items, and I would like to do that, and so I'm going to, with apologies to Mr. Rakestraw, who I know will not be happy about this, we're going to move to item Q, which is public comment on all non-agenda items within the subject matter of the jurisdiction. This is where Ms. Victor, if she could please come forward, Ms. Carla Victor, and then if others can line up behind her, we will take public comment on non-agenda items. I'm sorry, Ms. Bawa, we're gonna postpone this. Is Ms. Victor still there? Where did she go? She needs to come forward now. Are you sure she's...
We're fighting against this board. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's standing by the water. We shall not be moved. We're fighting against charters. We shall not be moved. We're fighting against charters. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's standing
With
by
apologies.
the water.
Okay, Miss Victor, here she is. Miss Victor, please come forward.
Thank you, board. It's been a long night. I appreciate the patience from everyone. My name is Carla Victor, and I came tonight to submit a material revision document, and I have handed over that information in binders. Is there anything else I need to present or share with you in this moment?
No, that is it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
also,
for...
Hello, my name is Jenna Stoffer, also submitting a material revision tonight. Thank you very much.
Ms. Stoffer, we need to ask you to walk your material revision to the door on East 10th Street.
Sure.
By the KDOL office. So go
Yep.
outside and around, and that we will
Thank
meet
you
you
very
there.
much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there
Thank
other?
you. Yes, we have
are there
so
other
much to
people who
say.
wish to offer
Yes,
public
here
comment
we
at this
are.
time?
We're not going anywhere. We shall not be moved.
Okay, it does not appear that there is public comment at this time. We'll move back now to the presentation we were on before, which is item T3, an update on our special education program. Thank you.
There we go. Sorry. My name is Nina Bethal. I'm the Executive Director for Special Education. And for tonight, I will be presenting on special education updates and the priority areas we are focusing on as a department. We currently have 6,341 students who are eligible for special education services. One of the disability categories I want to highlight is autism. We've had a significant growth in autism compared to previous years, and we're serving students more in a moderate severe setting, especially our incoming kindergartners. Many of these students also require additional adult support and related services, and I know Preston will go over this in his report later on tonight. Here you can see the trend for the last 6 years, which captures the growth for students with disabilities served in our SELPA. I want to highlight our priority areas, which consist of a development of full continuum of high school options, evidence-based professional learning, consistent access to multisensory literacy instruction, improvement in IEP compliance, accessing and utilizing accurate data, and improving in all areas of customer service and community outreach. As we focus on improving graduation rates and post-secondary outcomes for our students, we're working on expanding services across alternative campuses and establishing a continuum of services in each high school setting. The workability and transition partnership program services have been streamlined to be provided at all high schools and middle schools. Our department is collaborating with linked learning, dual enrollment, and career technical education departments to better include and serve our students with disabilities. We're also providing professional development on transition services for all of our high school teachers so they are aware of the services and supports that are available to our families post-high school. Our department has also been providing monthly professional development to all special education teachers and to all support staff. As we continue to target our new teachers, we're also building job-alike PLCs to build collaborative learning structures. The trainings are targeted in areas identified by teacher feedback. There has been an increase in moderate severe students transitioning to kindergarten. As such, our instructional coaches have been working on intentional transition supports for all of our students who are attending new schools. This includes holding transition meetings with our families, providing training to all of our teachers, and sending out consistent and vital information to all of our students and families. 85% of our teachers have reported back through surveys that they find the PD more meaningful and they feel supported by their coaches, especially during the job-alike PLCs where there's about 8 to 10 teachers participating on a weekly basis. Over 150 of our instructional support specialists and paraeducators are also attending our monthly PDs that focus on behavioral supports, collaboration with team members, self-management, and visual supports. Our ultimate goal is to retain our teachers and support them with professional learning and coaching. As you all know, it's vital to maintain consistency for our students and district as well. As we focus on accessing and utilizing accurate data, we now have a data analyst who is supporting our special education department. The Special Education Department and Research Data Assessment Team is developing an internal dashboard to confirm student program type in both SACE and ARIES, which will allow for more accurate student count by program type and case manager. Our data analyst for special education has also been supporting with forecasting and analyzing trends for all of our special ed students in academics and post-secondary outcomes. We are also working on a performance indicator review, which will allow for all stakeholders to provide data and progress on each indicator, as this is mandated by the California Department of Education. The areas where we're holding engagements with our Community Advisory Committee and Parent and Student Advisory Committee are graduation rates for students with IEPs, ELA participation, math participation, overall discipline, increased students' participation in the least restrictive environment, higher education, and competitive employment. These areas were targeted by the California Department of Education. As it aligns with our district's goal to improve academic outcomes for all of our students, we have adopted SPIRE curriculum this school year. All of our K-8 mild mod teachers have received training and have access to multisensory literary instruction, which focuses on supporting our struggling readers who have dyslexia or related processing disorders through training and daily intervention. The SPIRE curriculum and training have been rolled out for our K-8 mild mod and inclusion teachers. The Special Education Department has created a comprehensive implementation and monitoring plan to collect data on student progress throughout the school year. Over 120 teachers have been trained on weekday and weekend sessions that started in September. Our high school teachers will also have access to Voyager intervention curriculum in January. We have been meeting with all of our case managers for common IEP errors and on a biweekly basis. The California Department of Education made a public announcement indicating OUSD was the only district who completed all of their corrective actions and data identified non-compliant errors on time and with accuracy. There's been a decrease in DINCs this year due to consistent monitoring by following up with case managers and site administrators. We had the opportunity to present.
Sorry, Ms. Bethel, what is a DINC?
Data identified non-compliant error. We had the opportunity to present to all of our principals at their September PPL time on how to utilize SACE and how to support so they can monitor overdue IEPs as well. So it's great that they're taking the ownership to doing that on a monthly basis. The special education team, we've been working closely with the Office of Equity, Community Schools, ALMA, and the Communications Department to reach all of our families and providing the resources and venues that are required for committees to learn about special education. Parent and student participation has increased this year at our CAC meetings, and our department has set up resource fairs to connect students and families to agencies and support so they can receive supports, a lot of behavioral supports at their home as well. The first ALMA and SPED family event took place on November 6th, where we had 45 participants attending to learn about the reclassification process and supports the district provides through the IEP process. At our November CAC meeting, 5 OUSD principals presented on their SPED programs and how they hold parent engagements at their sites to encourage participation and inclusiveness. It was great to see our families asking questions about program specifics and services our schools provide. This snapshot shows how our students with disabilities have increased participation in the general education setting for more than 80% of the day. Our administration and instructional coaches are continuing to provide school-wide professional development so all of our educators, including gen ed teachers, know how to implement IEPs and support students with their accommodations modifications. To ensure appropriate inclusion is happening for all of our students, especially in mild mod programs, IEP teams have annual discussions which discuss access, participation, and supporting our students in any gen ed setting with their specific needs. Our goal is still to maintain and establish a continuum of services of models in each region focused on inclusive teaching practices, which would result and is resulting in keeping our students at their home schools. Here are some pictures of our young adult students at Cole and in the community participating in job skills courses and work experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bawa. Are there any questions or comments? So let's start with Director Torres and then Director Gonzalez. I'm going to ask that we keep it to 3 minutes. We do have a number of items and we're a bit behind this evening. Director Torres.
So when I was looking at the presentation, I was wondering about high school data, about where we have programs that are maybe more exemplary over others that are serving special education students. So I wasn't sure if you have that or you could get us that, because I was surprised to see that that was called out, but I was definitely curious to know what's the status of things now, so we'll be able to know and measure where we're going.
Right.
Because the slide for me, it just called out where are we now and where are we going. And so, so that was one question I had. Or is that just very difficult because the constant growth? I wasn't sure why we didn't have that. And then on the same token, would special education students in high schools, would there also be data around their inclusion in Measure N? So for linked learning, because these pictures kind of caught my attention around the student potentially doing cooking on the upper right. Obviously, you know, the kid is riding Bart, it looks like Bart maybe, or the bus.
He's on Bart.
So, you know, these are high school age kids, and I'm thinking Measure N, internships, and so having them find areas that they might be interested in as well. That was the gist of where I was kind of focused. I'm also curious to know more about professional development, because when I was going to the meetings at Cole, several of the meetings, the repeat comments were from various people, because they go around and everyone gives comments. Repeated comments were always along the lines of all professional development should include special ed, all professional development. We talk about inclusion, but we're an afterthought. Our kids are afterthoughts, and most of these are parents, but also parents who work in our district. And so the professional development was another slide, and so I wasn't sure. I know we've asked that before too. How can all professional development in OUSD always include a very, even if it's a tiny portion of special education in the process, aside from additional training that I think you're calling out here, but just so that students are even identified, because behavior issues can often be mistaken with students who haven't been identified as having the need for an evaluation to see if they have some kind of special education need, right? Or 504 plan. So in any event, those were some of my issues, because around high school would be also the time that we might be suspending these kids or expelling these kids, and that's really bad on us. So anyway, Measure N is definitely something I'm curious to know about. I don't think we've seen that in other Measure N reports, how it might be lending itself to special education population. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Yeah, Acting President London, I'm going to need 2 rounds because I have a lot of questions.
That's fine. Let's start with one.
So I think this is related to what Director Torres was just asking. I heard you talking about an intentional effort to do more universal PD for special education teachers, but because of the push toward inclusion, everybody needs to be able to differentiate, right? And so my question is, what are we doing to prepare Gen Ed teachers for having more inclusion, students in their classrooms? So that's the first question that I have. And then when the Board Policy 6006 was passed, there was a lot of talk about this is the first step in a process to distribute special education students and programs more equitably across the city, because charter schools need to be serving their share, and I haven't heard a peep about that since the policy was adopted. And so is there anything happening to work with charter leaders to more equitably distribute special education students throughout the entire city? So those are my first 2 questions.
Can you provide an answer?
So for the first, I completely agree with you. One of the feedback that we got from principals, we do hold our monthly PD sessions with our teachers and now support staff. I'm glad that last year there was a lot of need and urgency around training our support staff. We're working directly with our students. One thing that we've started this year, we started last year, but we are doing it more on a consistent basis, is we're doing site-based PD. It's really hard to collectively get all of the general education teachers into one location. So we've identified sites where we're seeing inclusiveness, more of it building out and happening, and we're targeting those sites first. For high school, Director Torres, you had mentioned what school sites that have that continuum of services and doing it well. Two that I can think of right now that have built that out, and we've done school-wide PD, is Castlemont and Oakland High, and Castlemont, Oakland High, and CCPA. And so it's really, it's a long process, but our goal is to get at least to 30 sites doing site-based push and PD with the whole team, including general education teachers, administrators, TSA, community managers, to making sure that when our students are in gen ed, we know how to implement their IEP.
Okay, so, but what does that mean? Does that get initiated by the principal, or does it get initiated by somebody on your team?
Mm-hmm.
And how are you guys, given the turnover, right? How are you guys, is there a plan for making sure that everybody eventually will, and is it within 2 years? Is it within 3 years? What's the plan for making sure that every teacher is receiving some training on how to differentiate for students with special needs?
Mm-hmm. So we work directly with the principal. It's really hard to get calendar time with them, but we're projecting out. So right now we do at least 3 trainings a month of school site PD. Our instructional coaches lead it, but our coordinators are the ones who help organize with the principal. We've brought, for school sites who actually have more mental health programs, most of our comprehensive high schools have 1 or 2 mental health programs. We're also bringing our providers, whether it's Lincoln, Seneca, EBAC, or Fred Finch, to come out and also do some trauma-based PD as well. Oftentimes principals see the need for, of course, implementing IEPs, academics, accommodations. Oftentimes we hear we really need behavior and trauma. We just did one for TCN in Sequoia last week.
Are there any other comments, Director
Well,
Yee?
hold
Okay,
on,
we'll
my
come
other
back to
question
you,
didn't
Director
get answered
Gonzalez.
about the citywide.
Oh.
Is anything happening about special ed under the citywide plan?
In terms of, I'm sorry, can you elaborate?
More equitably distributing special education services throughout the city, including in the charter sector.
So we are, when we are looking at where our continuum of services or where our programs are, we do look at where we have a need. And when we do program placement in the past, it's been where there's been space. We are working very closely with facilities. I actually touched base with Tadashi early in September to saying this is going to be our need for next year. This is where it makes sense to establish a continuum. So we are working with facilities closer at the beginning of the school year to project out where programs need to land for next year.
But is anything happening with the charter sector taking on more of their fair share of special education students, and especially this more severe disabilities?
We've had conversations with charters. The conversations that are taking place now is where they're reaching out to see if they can buy space or a seat. The charters that are in our SALPA right now that have the majority of special ed population within our SALPA is Ames and COVA. And they have been reaching out for support when they have students who really need more of an SDC. Other charters have been reaching out to see if we can offer a seat or spot to any of the students in our moderate severe programs. And we've done that. We've done it for 3 students last year.
Okay, so they're sending more students to us, but they are not opening new programs to serve more special education
Not
students.
that I'm aware of. I haven't heard of SDCs opening up.
Thank you.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. We'll come back to you, Director Yee.
Thank you. First, I appreciate both my board colleagues and your presentation focusing on the work of the high schools and especially around linked learning. And especially I'd like to, I appreciated you calling out Castlemont because I know they were intentional in their planning to actually build in that continuum, but not without some substantial challenges and difficulties, especially around the behavioral pieces and also around special ed for newcomers and the need for language support and so forth for the newcomers, as well as the methodologies and so forth, and even the identification of the kids. So that's a whole bucket of very complex work. The second, I was interested in this particular photo when you were talking about about the adult special ed services. So these are students who have graduated from our schools, and that we're actually maintaining a program for adults in developmentally, how would you call it? What would
So
you
these
call
are
it?
students who are on a certificate of completion as opposed to diploma track. There are 18 to 22-year-olds. We have about 180 students, 8 classrooms at Cole, and the other programs are more mainstream, so they're located in our neighboring colleges.
Right, so are these classes connected to the DSPS programs at the community college?
Correct.
So then, when they get a certificate, is the certificate offered by us, or the certificate?
By us.
By us, and then do we receive ADA for them, or FTE, or what is the funding stream that provides us the opportunity to do this?
We get grants from various, we have workability grants, job skills grants, we get them, but we do not, I don't believe that we don't have ADA for our students.
Okay, and then are we then required, as we transition to Cole as the administration building, do we need to find a site for them, for this program?
That is correct, and I've been in communication with Tadashi about this. We have 8 classrooms currently located at Cole.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge.
Just a second. I saw that one last thing.
Yeah.
Is, do we still have teacher vacancies in special ed in our current, jobs, professional search?
Yes, thank you
Okay,
for
so-
asking. We have 7 teacher vacancies at this time.
7, which is lower than the last time you reported on.
We had 110 in May.
Right. So the question is when we have those 7 vacancies, how do we deploy staff to ensure that those caseloads are managed?
Currently, great question. Thank you for asking. We have retired teachers in some of those programs. Other programs, we have long-term subs. Not the best, strategy, of course, but we do need to have someone credentialed and trained to be in there. So we have long-term subs in some positions, and other for our SDCs, we have covered, like I said, with retired teachers or long-term subs. For our resource programs, we have allocated additional staffing, whether it's a non-public agency aide or support or instructional support specialist or para, to provide those push-in services. So they're meeting the service minutes in the IEPs.
So you are confident that we are meeting the service requirements for the students, so that we're not jeopardizing the IEP or anything like that, that we do have coverage, certificated and qualified support in those
Correct.
classes?
And anytime there has been any period of time where the students have missed those services, we proactively offer the family compensatory services to make up those sessions, whether it's speech or specialized academic instruction.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move on. Director Hinton Hodge.
Great, thank you for the report. So I was wondering, around the data analysis person, are they also managing transportation? Like, what exactly? I think you said something about like kind of tracking student outcomes, and you're being clear your count. Is there any conversation about the transportation, like in your department? Transportation tended to be a separate little silo. So I'm wondering, does a data analysis person kind of manage any of that?
Christina is new to us. She's actually a part-time. She's 0.5. In the beginning of the school year, we were just getting her up to date on special education, how our systems work, how special education information system, which is the SACE database, works. Yeah. She's been meeting with our technician as well. She has not focused in or narrowed in transportation, but Kim and I have been working together to make sure that when students are being assigned to home schools, to holding those IEPs and taking off transportation in those IEPs. Oftentimes, when students are offered transportation, it's typically where they're not attending their home school. Over the summer, Kim and I were able to identify at least 50 to 60 students where that service was still written in there, and we were able to hold an amendment IEP with the family and saying, this is actually your neighborhood school. It's 2 blocks away. The district's not mandated to provide the transportation, and that seemed to cut the cost there.
So yeah, I think the reports that I read, this is a number of years ago when we did the audit of the department, there were issues around, you know, just, yeah, regionally where people were at and address changes, and how that gets communicated. And one of the things was that there really was no centralized system or systems that were talking to each other around enrollment and then the transportation piece. So happy to hear that it's a part-time person, so I wonder how sustainable that is in the long run. Excited to hear about the dyslexia work. There is a campaign that is being pushed by the Oakland Reach families around literacy and the NAACP. And so I'd be interested in knowing how you may or may not show up in that or, you know, support that. It's been said, we talk about it, we give voice to over-identification of students in special ed, and I know that that typically happens for Black boys. So I'm wondering, are there any, I don't know, any level of initiatives or deep learning or deep investment that we're doing to, like, what happens when you, I guess I want to know, and there's not enough time, but I want to know, what does that mean, over-identification, and if you know you do that, what are you doing to prevent it? And is it teachers that's doing it? Is it principals that are doing it? So maybe one day I'd like to just understand that from an academic, you all's world of, you know what I mean? Like, you say that, but I think, oh, that's horrible, but then I don't know what you do to change that at all. And did you say aspire or
Spire, S-P-I-R-E.
S-P-I-R-E. Okay. I kept thinking you were saying Aspire, which is a charter network and does have a significant SPED program. And so in kind of in the spirit of 6006, that might be a charter community to kind of begin to talk to and see kind of what they're doing. In my citywide plan work, I believe in the spirit of 606, and so I'm supposed to have a meeting on November the 21st in West Oakland. I think it's going to be at a church, maybe Beth Eden, but I'd be interested in knowing whether or not the SPED department is showing up in those conversations as well, as we're talking to the community about what is their idea around, you know, quality, you know, how, you know, that, I mean, there's that integration or the lack of separation that needs to actually happen. So I would invite you to it, or someone from your department to be there, I guess, kind of through the superintendent and and through the director of innovation, and you too, Dr. Aguilera. And to the Westlake folk over there, it's a D3 thing. It's not just a West Oakland thing. So you're invited too.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Director Harris, did you have anything?
Quickly. So my question is talking about the data position and then how you'll be involved in the blueprint process. So I was happy that I talked to some folks from research last week, and I'm doing some of my own investigation about just trying to understand where our best practices in special ed are, and I understood there was, we don't have the data, in short, and so the data analyst position is actually, I think it's exciting that we have that, and I'm excited about the opportunity. And you may be able to speak to some of these questions now, but I'd appreciate just a response over email to the whole board. Sure. To some of these questions. So just as we look at reorganizing schools in general, where our most impactful, and knowing where our most impactful special education programs are located is essential in that process. And so to that end, you know, how and will the special education team be involved in the conversation about cohort 3? So that's one question. And then how can the data analyst position and data in general inform the blueprint process? So what would your team like to see going forward? And then what is needed for us to improve, to Director Gonzalez's question, the dialogue with charter schools. And she said, and I agree, that we do need to achieve balance. So how do we better understand what they need to scale up to actually serve moderate and severe populations, and then what we need to do to better understand how we work together to provide better quality programs for students.
Thank you, Director Harris. I know that Director Gonzalez would like one more shot. I just wanted to offer a few comments. First of all, thank you for the work and congratulations on the progress that you're making. That's very exciting. I'm very interested in understanding more about, and this may be aligned with Director Harris's request for more for follow-up information, but the continuum of services, making sure, understanding more about this process of helping students have access to the special ed programs in their neighborhood so they don't have to travel as far. I think that's really important. And then I'm also very curious to understand more about the professional development for all teachers. I thought that was a really important piece to lift up as well. And I know that we're also doing some work like that. I read this recently around newcomer students. So it seems to me that that's a lot for our teachers to be absorbing. So, you know, thinking about how we provide those supports. And then the other thing that I really appreciate the vigilance on is the timeliness of IEPs. That to me is extremely important for a variety of reasons, mainly just to make sure that students are getting the services that they need. So you don't have to respond. Those are just some of the things I'd be interested in learning more about. Director Gonzalez, I know you wanted to have, you had a few more questions, so why don't we go to you? And if anybody else has additional questions, I would also just ask colleagues if we could try to keep moving, because there's a presenter who has a sick child at home related to the next item. Thank you.
I would echo what Acting President Lena just said. It seems like there's a lot of momentum right now, and so that's really exciting. My question is related to that, which is that I understand there's a transition coming in the leadership of the SPED team. I feel nervous about that because we are making a lot of progress. And so my question, one of my questions is, what is the plan to not lose momentum, right, and keep moving forward the great work that you all are doing? So that's my first question. It sounds like I think some positive steps I heard you talk about were making sure that everyone now has curriculum, making sure that at least on the SPED team, people are receiving professional development. What are the other steps that you see as necessary to start moving the numbers on the graduation rate for students with IEPs, the A through G completion rate? You know, basically they're some of our students who are struggling the most, and I'm just curious, you know, so those are sort of foundational pieces, right? The curriculum and the PD. What's next in terms of getting our students with IEPs where they need to be? And then my other just question is this the roadmap? Is this something else? What is this? Does this all come out of the roadmap, or so is this a new plan, or is this just straight from the roadmap that was adopted? And is there a new roadmap coming, or how is that? Is that part of strategic planning?
I can ask the last one, and then I'll respond to everything else in an email if that's okay with you. So this actually it morphed into priority areas and big rocks. I wanted to make sure it was aligned with the district's vision and mission. We did have our special education roadmap, and we were making progress. One of the goals was to start inclusion, you know, to launch it and to provide resources to school sites. So because we've made significant progress and it's happening organically and based on student needs and not saying one size fits all, it's the priority areas come for where we feel there's definitely a need, but to also aligning it with district's vision and mission with student outcomes, but also professional learning. For me, our goal is if we don't have the right teachers or teachers period, none of this is going to happen. And so over the summer, we spent a lot of time creating a PD catalog, which I'll share with all of you, but it was targeted based on what teachers wanted, not what they had to come to because they had to, but because of what they needed, and support staff saying, I'm getting hurt because I'm restating students. How do I do appropriate holds? I'm just being realistic about what our staff is doing in the classroom, but making sure they have the resources to teach not only behavior, but academic outcomes as well.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Director Yee.
Director Hodge prompted me to look up Spire, and so it seems that it's pretty much of a it seems to be heavily phonics based and structured, teacher directed, explicit instruction and so forth. Do I have the right program?
You sure do. What we did last year is we launched 3 pilots, and we got feedback from all of our teachers because we didn't want to invest in something our teachers didn't want to use. The feedback was we want structured lessons, flashcards, pre-made lesson plans, guided reading, so that when we're picking this up and teaching our students with everything else that's going on in the classroom, it's already structured for us. So out of the 3, this was the one where majority of the teachers were like, this is really working for our students.
Right. So then I just was, following up with Director Hodges' comment about Oakland Reach and NAACP. Are they, have you been meeting with them so they know this is the direction that the district is going, at least with our special ed group?
Oh, okay. I have not, but I will make sure that me or one of my colleagues attends the next meeting, which you mentioned was on November 21st.
That's our citywide.
Oh, citywide, okay.
But the Oakland Reach, they're somewhere else in the organization.
Okay.
The superintendent.
I guess the main thing is that identify it as an intervention for special ed, but not a program for special ed. It's
an intervention.
It's a more global intervention than just the special ed community, which makes it super interesting and appealing.
Yeah.
Especially since you're doing more inclusion.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? At this point, we will turn to public comment. Is there any public comment? Okay. I do not believe we have any public comment on this item.
Oh, I know it was. I'm sorry, I forgot. And it's not so much, well, it will be for you. I mean, I think I would like, again, in the spirit of 6006 and doing real, clear systems of schools work or portfolio management school, like what I take it a bit of as a talking point, kind of against charters, right, is that they don't do their fair share, they're proportionally, and so my math is always very confused around that because there are 13,000 students versus our 37,000 students, and if we do 16%, is my expectation that the charters are doing 16%, or because they're proportionally a different number, does 10% make sense for their community and their population? So I feel like that so this notion of, I mean, Director Gonzalez is like, when are they going to do this thing? When are they going to hit their fair share? I don't know what that number is, and I'd like to see some level of discussion around what that number is, so that because again, proportionally, I think they're actually already above us. Proportionally, if you think about it, right? They serve fewer kids. They're very close to our numbers, percentage-wise. So I just want to be clear, and that's 16.5%. Yeah, but when you're serving a smaller population, that it's just different. It's like if we're the mass group, if we serve the masses of children, absolutely we should serve more kids. And if we have more resources, we should serve more kids. So I'm just saying it's a proportionate thing, and we can have that debate. And so I just want to make sure, because you could respond to Gonzalez and be like, okay, this is what I'm doing to get the charter to move to that place, but I don't know that I know what that place is. And again, I can live with whatever number, but I think that we should talk about what that number is. And we should have a charter community in the room when we're having those discussions. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Ask actually, Vice Acting President London, Superintendent, is there a plan for what this piece of the citywide plan is going to look like, and who's on point for that, and when are we going to hear an update about it?
When you're saying citywide plan, which component?
The work with charter schools around special education, so that there's a more equitable distribution of charter of special education students within the system and in charter sector.
So just to clarify, when we use the word, because we use the word citywide plan and blueprint process, the blueprint process is a component of the citywide plan to come up with recommendations for board decisions around expansions, mergers, closures. The other components of the citywide plans are decisions around charters, decisions around where we need to put some of our educational programs, adult ed, early childhood, as well as where we're going to kind of build out full special education programs. Right now, we're in the engagement and discussion stage with charters around SELPA. We're not intending this particular school year to make any final recommendations for that component of the citywide plan.
Is somebody working on it, though? Is it moving?
Yes, there are. That would definitely be the academic, our chief academic officer, special education, our charter office within the innovation department. But there's not a hard, fast deliverable this school year in contrast to some of the other components out of the citywide plan. And some of that is because there's still quite a bit of research to really come up with. For there to be a partnership, there has to be a need and a want on both sides. And for us, there's still work that we want to do to improve our quality of service in SELPA and really figuring out for the charters what's going to be the most desirable reason to come back, knowing that there are other agencies being used. So that's one of the reasons that we're still in kind of a learning and engagement phase around that particular topic.
So I just want to clarify.
Excuse me.
That's not what I think what Director Gonzalez is saying is not specific to SELPA. I mean, because we can still be in rapport and relationship and figure out what the best practices and what's their numbers, and they don't have to be in our SELPA. So, I mean, I'm feeling like you're saying something very, very narrow, but I heard a very much more broader question.
I think both things need to happen.
Both, but it's not just when do you get to the SELPA outcome. It's more than
Colleagues, I believe we will have more time in our calendar this year to discuss special ed, and I think we've teed up quite a number of issues to work on as we move forward with that. Please, because there's some people here. There are some people here who really need to get home.
And
for
I
their
know
sick children.
these do happen to be our most vulnerable students. So I think pausing for a second just to clarify what we're looking for in terms of response. And so I'm less concerned about 16% versus 16%, and that moderate, severe, and autistic students are served on an equal level at charter schools. So to be clear, the example at the charter hearing that Knox set, we are expanding and it's uncomfortable. We're trying to serve a moderate, severe population. That needs to become the rhetoric of charter schools. We're trying to stretch in the way that the district is stretching. And what's the state of that conversation, and how can we support the escalation of that conversation at charter schools? So I just wanted to make that clear as you think about this and come back with responses.
Thank you, Director Harris. Thank you, all of you. Okay, we established there's no, I think I see Mr. Hutchinson coming forward for public comment. We will have 1 minute for public comment. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. I hope the microphone has been reestablished downstairs.
Hear me? There we go. So thank you for giving me 1 minute. It's a little interesting since I'm literally the only person here. And so again, this school board, in discussing anything, takes actions to drive away the community and the public. And now the screen went out down here and now it's back on. I've never been at a school board meeting where the school board meets upstairs and downstairs there's literally nobody here. The speaker cards are still here. You didn't allow people to sign up online to speak. You have done everything in your ability to disallow the community access to this meeting, the public access. Thankfully, the news cameras and media was here, and we're going to be broadcasting this nationwide because we will not let you not allow us to have access to
Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a
meeting.
comment about the special education presentation? That's the item we're considering right now.
So this attitude and the way you've treated the community, whether it's around this issue or any issue, is very apparent to everyone. And you've now quelched all participation and engagement by driving everyone away from the meeting. And it's clear to everyone. So why would I bother to talk on this when at the last meeting, when you had public hearings on
Thank you. Your time has expired.
So is yours.
All right. We are going to, I'm going to reorient you all in the agenda. The next item we will consider is item T4, 19-2383, which is the Met West High School temporary enrollment priority. As our presenters are coming forward, after this item, we will go back to the beginning of the new business section. We will then move in order of all the items that we have not heard yet. So we will go through the fire alarm master plan, the play structure master plan, then we'll go to the budget development process, the budget reduction recommendation, some applications for provisional internship permits. And that is the agenda for the rest of the evening. With this, we're going to turn to item T4, 19-2383, Met West High School temporary enrollment priority. This is a first reading. And Superintendent, did you want to introduce the speakers?
Good evening. Thank you, Met West leadership, for staying so late. We appreciate it. I'm going to actually allow you all to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent and Acting President London. I'm Sonali Murarka, Director of the Office of Enrollment.
And I am Michelle Diero, Principal of Met West.
I'm Logan Manning, Assistant Principal at Met West.
So we have a short presentation we'll go through today to talk about the proposal at hand. It is just a first read with probably a vote coming back in December. And we're going to switch off presenting. So some background that many of you are familiar with. Met West is a high demand school right here on the site as one of its sites. It started to expand in 2019-20, this current school year, as part of cohort 1 of the blueprint. They currently serve around 205 students, which is up from 160 last year. And they're projected to eventually serve around 350 students. And their growth is coming from increasing the size of their 9th grade. So right now it's about 88 students compared to around 40-ish the prior year. It's a citywide school. It does not have a neighborhood enrollment priority. It is located across 2 campuses as of this year, Westlake and La Escuelita. And in terms of the co-location with Westlake, it actually shares some of the building space there, which is a little bit different than the situation here. So we're going to dive right into some data looking at an ethnicity comparison between Met West and OUSD high schools on average. And so, sorry if the font is a little small, but we can talk through the highlights. So you'll see the percentage of African Americans at the school is around 17%, whereas across all OUSD high schools it's closer to 26. And another sort of discrepancy is the percent of Asian students, which is around 6% at Met West compared to more than double that actually at OUSD high schools on average. And so that sort of leads us into some of the current challenges that the school has brought up with me as the Director of the Office of Enrollment and things we've been talking about over the past several months. So first, the demographics do not fully reflect OUSD, and sort of tangentially related, as Met West expands, the school and the school community are very committed to ensuring access for students from all parts of Oakland. Again, it is a citywide school. It has a super unique, exciting model. And so we want to make sure families are able to access that school, especially as we expand it as part of our citywide plan. And then related to the co-locations piece, as I think a lot of us know, sharing a campus is really challenging, regardless of who's doing the sharing. And so in order to have a successful campus sharing model, building community between those schools is really important, can go a long way. And so the proposal that we have right now for consideration, and again, this is driven largely from, or I would say entirely from the Met West community, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the next few slides around community engagement. But the proposal at hand is to add a feeder school priority to Met West's enrollment priorities for both Westlake and La Escuelita, which are both middle schools. So the priority we're proposing would be up to 15% of students from La Escuelita and another 15% of students to Westlake, as long as those schools are sharing a campus with Met West. The sequence of the priority, it would go after siblings and before the children of staff priority. Again, there's no neighborhood priority here. And the proposal is also to make it temporary for 2 years, to really be able to evaluate the impact that it's having, whether it's having the intended goals around both building the community on the campus and the impact on diversity at the school. And so the leadership has been doing a really great job of doing some engagement with the directly impacted communities. So I'm going to let them talk about it in a second, but I'll just talk about the rationale here. Sort of reiterating what we said, it contributes to a collaborative, supportive climate on the campuses and should contribute to Met West diversity. You can see here Westlake has a much higher percentage African American than Met West does, and La Escuelita has a much higher percentage of Asian students than at Met West. And then we talked about sort of the desire to revisit it in a few years. I'm going to skip to the community engagement piece, and then we can come back to the considerations. Great. Thank you.
Excuse me, and as you do that, it would be helpful for me to understand how how are students assigned to the two campuses? Is the Met West campus all ninth graders? Could you just...
Sure. So we have two campuses. The campus that we're on right now is the Dolores Huerta campus, and that serves 160 students, grades 9 through 12. The Erica Huggins campus, which is at the Westlake, only serves currently 42 ninth graders. And over the course of 4 years, we will build up that school to be 160 students.
All ninth graders on that campus?
42 ninth graders. But then next year, we will have a class, those 42 ninth graders will be in 10th grade at that school, and then we will have another class of ninth graders joining.
Okay, I'll have more questions later. I just needed, that was a threshold
Absolutely.
question that I had. Thank you.
And so it's definitely important to engage community. And when we actually first got into conversation with Westlake, it seems like quite a while ago, 1.5 years, 2 years ago, about this idea, a guiding force with the principal and the community schools manager was that Westlake students get some benefit from this because we went into their space, really transformed it, and we're sharing a location, and there are stretches in that, and we took that really to heart. And so a piece of that is we engaged Westlake staff community, their leadership. Just this past week, we hosted an open house with every 8th grader there. And they got to visit the school. They can also visit both campuses as well. And, for Westlake, it's a go. Like, there's no, it's like this is a win-win. I spoke to and worked with the Ascend community because they're one of our large feeder schools, and they are completely on board with the intentionality of the goals around increasing our diversity, and saw it as a win for Oakland Unified, for Oakland students. Also connected with Urban Promise Academy. At the point that this PowerPoint was written, I had not yet had an opportunity to reach out. I just came from an options fair over there and met with the principal, and again, she sees it as a huge win. And we have a bunch of students coming from UPA, and so even if for her it may have a minor impact, although it seems pretty small because we're getting, our 9th grade class has increased to 84 students. In the bigger picture of increasing access to Oakland students, she saw it as a win. And I'm going to pass it to Logan to talk about her communication with Las Escuelitas SSC.
So I had an opportunity to go to the school site council at La Escuelita, and all members there were in favor of the priority enrollment. They were excited because we don't have a neighborhood priority, and because La Escuelita is more of a neighborhood serving school, that it would allow more La Escuelita students to come to Met West, because the perception of parents too is that, like, because we're a high demand school, that it's hard for their 8th graders to be accepted at Met West. So they were all in favor of it. The teachers felt like there were great opportunities. We have student interns who work at La Escuelita, so sort of the continuity through K through 12 on this hub was exciting to all members present.
We also had a visit to the school from board member Amy Ng and got to engage in conversation with her, and her phrase, which I thought was beautiful, was it's just like low-hanging fruit. Like, it's an easy grab. it's right there, and it can really serve, again, the diversity and opening up our school to all of Oakland. When we decided to do the expansion, I spent a day and hit every middle school throughout Oakland trying to hustle and teach them about us. Many didn't even know who we were. I'm like, we've been here for 15 years. They had no idea. So giving them flyers, inviting them in, and we hit more schools than we had hit before. We actually have a student this year at the Huggins campus from Parker, and we've never had a student from Parker before. We're going there next week for an options fair. So we're getting out there more with an intentionality around this diversity. And the Met West staff, in our process of deciding to expand and in kind of some of our growing pains, are deeply committed to serve more Oakland students and to really have Met West and its unique program serve students throughout all of Oakland. So that commitment remains very strong.
Great. I'm just going to do a few quick slides. I wanted to jump into the appendix. There's this describes the top current feeder schools, and as you'll see, both UPA and Ascend are the top two, which are schools that MetWest has already engaged, and then La Escuelita obviously has been engaged as part of the proposal. And then this shows the demographics of MetWest last year versus this year. Again, this is the first year of expansion, and so I think this is pretty compelling, albeit from kind of 1 year, to show that as MetWest expanded, their diversity actually lessened a little bit. And so you can see the Asian percentage remained flat, and the Latinx and African American percentages declined slightly for African American, more dramatically for Latinx. And so I think, I think that this does show that, you know, again, as part of our citywide plan, as we're increasing seats in our high quality schools, we really do want to be mindful about how we're maintaining access. And I think it's great that they're right on top of this in terms of thinking about it. The considerations, we've talked, I think, about a few of them, but I think a big one that I just want to sort of have out there, some of us have talked about this on the board with me already, but we don't have currently a stated strategic big plan around diversity as a district. We know that. We know it's something the district wants to undertake. It's part of the superintendent work plan this year to start thinking about this. From a lot of conversations with leadership and with schools, we don't want to let that hold us back from tackling a few small pilot programs to start to see how this could look. And so a lot of us, I think, have jointly agreed that we think that this would be a really great pilot program to start. We're hoping to make it temporary so that we can revisit it. But I do want to acknowledge that we don't have this larger plan yet. The precedent question I put in there, does it set a precedent that every co-location could include a feeder priority? There actually really aren't any others. I went through the data with our demographer, and so it still doesn't mean that that couldn't happen in the future, but I do want to acknowledge that this could be setting a precedent, but there are no other really pairs of schools right now that would fit this situation. Most co-locations are schools with the same grade bands.
Great.
If either pair of schools is no longer co-located in the future, we think it would make sense to revisit it, and we actually built into the language that the feeder priority would only last while the two schools were co-located. We already talked about the top feeder schools. And then the last bullet point, which I think is something I've been saying to a lot of people who are interested in diversity plans, an enrollment priority alone doesn't do it. There needs to be this comprehensive plan around recruitment, school culture, climate, those things that the school is clearly already doing some work around. They talked about the recruitment piece just a few seconds ago. And so I think that's just something we all need to keep in mind, that an enrollment priority is only one piece.
We need to wrap up the presentation.
Great. All right, the only last thing is next steps, which is basically bringing it back to the board for a vote, and then if adopted, we would work on implementing it.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, we will now take questions and comments. Dr. Harris, did you want to start?
Sure.
Great, we'll do 3 minutes, and hopefully we can make that work.
Yeah, and again, I think this is a good opportunity to provide feedback over email. You may have some initial comments. My first question, as you were talking, and you identified this, well, I'll just start by saying your considerations, I appreciate those. OUSD does not have a stated strategic plan around diversity, yet we're involved in a citywide plan blueprint process, right? So the cart and the horse come into that. So, you know, at least some statement about the rationale. So I understand the pilot, and it makes sense. Big fan of Met West. Everybody I tell about it, they're like, what school is that? Where is that? And so I'm glad that you're going out and even out to the east. And every kid is, once they hear about it, they're like, I wish I could get in, and it's so small. So I agree with the piloting. But my question there is, and it's really for the board, for the first one being the citywide plan process, do we need a stated plan around the aspiration toward more diverse schools? And then as we do this, can you share the ethnicity and demographic info for Oakland Tech, Fremont, and Castlemont? I'm guessing, but I guess I'm guessing that all of those are out of balance. And then for the board, I think this is the right action, but begs the question, why are we not taking similar actions at other high schools? But you spoke to that earlier. So it's an interesting conundrum. I'm glad you're doing the work. I'm glad the expansion is going well. I just look forward to that continued expansion. I was a big fan of this, but wanted to pose those questions for our consideration as well as yours.
Thank you.
Let's go to Director Hinton Hodge.
Thank you. Thank you for the work. And so while Director Ng was identified, I'm going to just kind of show up a little self-serving here, that I've been in conversations with the CEO, yourself, other folks, about racial diversity in your school from day one, and that expansion was the opportunity to expand from this campus to another campus, and was that really kind of disappointed that we didn't do this on the front end, with knowing that Westlake was there, knowing that there were conversations about sharing campus, and I'll take some responsibility in that. You were very clear it's a policy issue, right? And so not addressing that policy issue sooner, but I'm very happy that you're doing that work. And I'll say, is there, diversity exists in all kinds of ways. So for me, I'm like, define that word. So I want to see more African American students served. I want to see Westlake have a wonderful feeder pattern into that school. I even have fantasies that Westlake will turn into a BPL school, right, as a middle school, and into a big picture learning school as a middle school, like to pick that up and to have this huge campus that is involved in that way. So anyway, the question for me, though, is a commitment to educating Black children, not just having Black children in your school. And so what does that look like if you've been a school and a system that has predominantly educated Latino students, right? So how do you address the achievement? I did not read this properly, so I'm really happy to hear it's 15-15. In my mind, I was splitting it, that it was going to be 7 and 7, so I like that large number of doing that. I might push back on beating out siblings first before that, because what we know is that in a lot of schools, in particular Met West, the reason why we know there's that large Latino community is because they're doing it based on siblings, right? The siblings are coming together, which makes me just kind of go back to these feeder patterns you have. So you Ascend Latino, Urban Promise predominantly Latino, I believe, as well. And so the feeder patterns have been Latino schools. And so and I'm going to use the language of interrupt, or in terms of just diversity or creating space for others. So I think that's a concern, right? Obviously that people are not going to feel it, which always goes back to my pet peeve, the thing that I push on you guys and ding on you guys about a lot and have for years, is that you're too small. 160 is still not correct in my mind. We have all kinds of data that says that that's not a sustainable school. It's got to be up in the 200s. The reason why I began to dig into BPL, and I was like, it's a boutique school, and we have a private school inside of our district. What the heck is that all about? Who gets served? Why aren't my kids getting served that look like me? And BPL models are larger than that. So I know that there's the challenge of feeling like this building isn't large enough. So I just want to keep repeating that, because back in the day, it used to be we had to go into the funding pool, and we had to provide to make sure you had your A to G folks. We paid for that out of the general fund. And so all this right sizing that we've been doing inside the district, this was supposed to be the solution to that. So it's still not fiscally sound for me. It just isn't. So
you need to move on.
The number piece I think I want to hear more about that in the next reading. Not so much, I think, from you, Michelle, but from you.
Thank you, Director Yee.
Thank you. This raises a bunch of questions, and I appreciate that it's temporary. But I just had the data that you presented really prompted questions that I probably haven't thought about for quite some time. For instance, La Escuelita probably has a fairly small 8th grade going to 9th grade. Is that the reason that there's only 8? Is La Escuelita, did La Escuelita consider Midwest a top priority in terms of the choices that they made, or did they get bumped out for some reason, or was it just not a preferential choice among the La Escuelita student body? Do you happen to know that answer?
I just want to clarify. Are you asking, like, why are numbers from La Escuelita coming into Met West, why the numbers of students are low?
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, we did recruitment just like we do everywhere. We did open houses. Their whole 8th grade comes over to visit us. We go in, we offer shadow days for students, open houses for families, et cetera. It was a choice by the La Escuelita families. I don't know the reasons behind why
So
they chose not to.
The reason I raised this is that's just an example. The schools, co-located schools that I have the most experience with are Castlemont and LPS, for example, co-located at the same school. And despite efforts to diversify LPS with more African American students, there is a certain amount of institutional pressure, let's say, around the sibling choice. If you have a high demand school, that's one example. But the other is the choices that the students make themselves. And so, while I think the ambition is good, you know, the question that it raises to me is what is to prevent Midwest from having these schools as being their feeder schools, period? And why do we even have the option side on those two schools? If you really wanted to reflect the demographics of that particular neighborhood, namely Westlake, let's say, and La Escuelita, when we move towards a neighborhood strategy as opposed to starting out the message that we are a citywide school without a neighborhood enrollment priority, why don't we call it a neighborhood school with a citywide second option? Has that ever been discussed? Is there some reason that it has to be a choice school for everyone? Namely, what jumps out at me is UPA. So UPA becomes the choice. This seems to be the choice school for UPA.
So I'm not sure if prior discussions have happened, and I don't know the history of how they became a citywide school, but I would see that as a pretty big shift. And so I do think that's something we could continue to look at and consider, but I think that would take considerable more time because that would impact boundaries, and there's a lot that that would affect a lot of things.
Right, because the other question that I had in the same spirit, and this is not a hostile anything. I think it's reasonable, but the question is which high schools will be impacted by the Westlake, and let's say you get the Westlake and La Escuelita families up. So what schools will be impacted? That's the first one that comes up to me. If you were actually able to get the African American kids from MAC, they would potentially lose enrollment. And how are we going to make up that enrollment for them? Or are we simply talking about them competing?
So 15% of students within the numbers is about 12 to 13 students. So it's significant for us because we're 160 students, right? And at the Huggins campus, next year we will be 88 students, and that's it. I don't think it would hit that much because the numbers are so low, because we're not talking about that many students. But for us, with that small of a community, it makes a big difference. In terms of the neighborhood school and citywide school, we haven't engaged in conversation as a staff about it, just to be transparent. I don't know, in my timeline as principal, it was always a citywide school, so I don't know when things shifted. I don't know the history of that. But I do know I have big concerns about it becoming a neighborhood school, because what about West Oakland? What about East Oakland? What about the neighborhoods that we're desperately trying to reach out to educate families and students about our unique program that is a fit for a lot of students? And particularly that internship piece and the small size. I have seen it shift students' lives dramatically. And so I would like that to span all of Oakland. And so that would just be something I would need to educate myself more about and engage in many more conversations with staff and central leadership about.
Well, these are essentially questions that I'm looking at in the 2-year period, because there's a bunch of other demographic things that I looked at that I won't belabor right now. But it is very interesting for all the reasons that we're all interested in high-quality schools, and how do they deliver the best services to all children, maybe the neediest children.
Thank you. So when we made this decision, I was not thinking of this as a permanent thing, that there would be a split campus over the long haul. I don't know how other people are thinking about that, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's, I'm hoping eventually MLA will all be back united on one campus, and eventually all of Met West will be back united on one campus. And so I don't know what the timeline is for that, right? And that's just my vision. People can have their other visions, right? But I'm just wondering, what are the consequences of this if we are eventually going to reunite the school on one campus? I'm just wanting to make sure you guys have sort of thought about any potential unforeseen circumstances and how they would be resolved.
So yeah, we definitely have thought about that. So one thing, but thank you for raising it. So one thing to mention is that we are writing the language in the proposal as that the priority would only be as long as the schools are sharing a campus. The temporary nature of it is both because we don't have a larger strategic plan, but also because there's absolutely a chance that we would be looking to potentially reunite the schools on a single campus. And so those are definitely pieces of it. The main consideration there, I would say, is it's really hard to go from having a priority into a school like Met West to take that away later, right? Because I think already, I'm sure for families at La Escuelita and Westlake, that easily could become a draw for them, that once you're here, you have this pathway to get a higher priority into a school like Met West. And so it would be hard, not impossible, it's just, it would be hard to potentially take that away later, very realistically, for those communities. So I think it's a very real concern.
Okay, Director Torres.
So I guess I was wondering about the big jump in white students and wondering about where they came from, like what middle school. There might be some data that's a pretty big shift. I also thought when I saw what Director Hinton-Hodge, when I read this, that Director Ang was called out. Obviously, she has a relationship. I've hosted at my law firm Met West students for three years in a row, and I stopped last year because then I got college students. But I think that all of us as a board have our middle schools that would be people we'd want you to engage with. It just so happens I'm also the person who represents UPA, and I wondered why at Fremont they'll get 3 students, and their prior principal pushed charters. But apparently now I know she also pushed Met West, right? And so they would get like maybe 3 students at Fremont, and yet they're really close, and the students actually live right by Fremont. So that's probably changing a little bit because the relationships are closer. So it comes down to the relationships between principals, and I think as board members, we also could facilitate that, so it's not just Director Ng. Right. I thought that was a very odd thing to call out, because we all have this question about where are kids going after middle school. But Met West is definitely unique, and I've also always wondered why it wasn't more diverse. Because when I've been invited to come and see my students present on their internship, it's predominantly Latino. So I guess one of my concerns is it really only grew 3 students. So we basically, it went from 160 to 163, because if you take out 42 that are at Westlake, you have 2 campuses. So it kind of feels like we're creating another small school at Westlake. Is there a challenge having 2 campuses and being a principal at 2 different facilities as it grows? Because if it doubles from 9th and 10th grade next year, then 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, how do you manage one campus and another? It really just seems like we're creating another small school while we're slashing other schools around the city. I'm not quite understanding how that will work.
Okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't know
if
you
you
were
know,
still.
if you know
Sure.
how it might work.
Well, you know, it's a work in progress. I do want to take a moment to pause and apologize that there was not recognition of the continued support of the board and of you with internships. I mean, with everybody, Jamoke, with you in terms of supporting the school. And so I just wanted to say that. Yes. It's super tricky being a school leader at 2 different sites. And Logan can speak to this as well because we're both juggling sites. We don't have full staff at the Huggins site, and so I have staff going back and forth. My math team goes back and forth. My science team goes back and forth. My restorative practice coordinators go back and forth. When we had talked about expansion, it was to talk about keeping our school small, and Westlake was a spot. We have a spot here, and so the intention was to build up over time, and we're continuing to have a design team together to figure out how to do it next year, how to do it in the 3rd year, and how to do it in the 4th year. And there's not like a clear plan of you need to do this and here's how you need to utilize resources. We were just talking about researching other BPL schools. Sacramento does it a little bit differently than we do it. And we haven't had to think that way before because we've been 160 students. We've been rolling out the same way for 15 years. Now we are lovingly pushed to think differently about how to really stay true to the model and serve students in the variety of contexts that we have.
So do you think it's even realistic to think you could be on 2 campuses, 2 parts of town, and continue to be the essence of Met West? Because to me, you're Dolores Huerta and then the Huggins School. You're 2 schools, which is not feasible for size when we're closing schools because they're allegedly too small. I just wonder what will be lost, because I don't think that this is telling us the whole story. So when I read this, I was a little surprised overall. I just was left with a lot of concern more than anything. Having talked to those teachers all those years when they sent me the interns about the greatness of Met West was the size that it was so small. And then here we are moving away and collaborating or condensing schools and punishing them almost for being too small. So I don't know, it's just hard for me to understand how you can maintain Met West, if you even feel like that's possible, honestly.
Could I just
Sure.
jump in a little bit,
Yeah.
just in terms of being the governing body that actually voted on this and made this decision, and was it cohort 2 that they were in, or 1? I would say from working in a district and serving in a district that actually doesn't have a lot of quality seats, amazing quality children and educators, but not a lot of quality seats, right? So the idea in terms of even the Walton grant, the BPL work, is to say these are models that work really well and they should be expanded and they should be moved throughout other cities. So not only is Michelle lovingly took the push, in Oakland, people in Camden are doing the same thing. People in LA are doing the exact same thing. And so for someone in D3, it is absolutely critical that I see, and Westlake was a school that used to have 1,100 students in it. It has maybe 400 students in it right now. It is not feasible to keep that school open with seats and availability. And so the idea was, you take what is a rich learning environment and that kind of thing and do it. The issue to me becomes, and this was my point earlier, it isn't particularly sustainable, and I think that is still the loving push, and I think the fiscal ideas management side of us even to think about what does that really look like. So just to Director Gonzalez and even to Director Torres, I actually don't see a one campus. I would want to push Met West Dolores Huerta to add their own 40, 50 seats, and I would see Westlake and Erica Huggins and Westlake flourishing on a campus together in some kind of way that can hold that. Because if you move off
Director Hittenhudge.
I just want to finish the sentence. And if you move off of Westlake, we're back to once again being very fearful around, do we close schools? This is an opportunity to keep that campus open and viable and alive, and Met West is providing it. It still costs too darn much, but we gotta figure that part out.
I'm sorry, Director Torres, did you have further questions or comments?
No, I just think that as it grows, I just feel like leadership, we have a constant turnover. We had over 25% turnover of principals. So people leaving, and primarily for a lot of reasons, right, cost of living, but teachers leaving, the issues with our protests, changes, people are leaving and leadership leaves, and then we're left with somebody who comes in and is like, I didn't, how do I do this? How do I go back and forth? It just seems like burnout. It just seems like it would cause burnout. So there's an assumption that you're just going to keep staying and doing this and growing, and I just wonder how fast is too fast to grow. Maybe that's the real issue. If you had 42 and maybe it doesn't go to double, but maybe it goes to 65 versus 88, something like that. I don't know.
All right, thank you. I was going to ask you some questions about the design and the split campus, and I would just share with you that in 2011-12 school year was when we merged the Far West campus with Oakland Tech, and I think the proximity of those two schools allowed them to have the model that they have today with the split campus, but that continues to be problematic. There's issues with students getting back and forth to class and things like that, but that has worked really well for Tech in terms of integrating the schools. So that's why I was asking you about how the students are assigned, because it wasn't intuitive to me, because I'm used to that model where there's an academy program on the upper campus and the kids move back and forth. So I think what your presentation has highlighted for me is that we need to find a longer term solution around where the Met West campus will be located that is central and allows everyone to be on one campus. So that, I think that's a challenge that the board is going to have to somehow confront. Or if you're going to continue to be on two campuses, how do you preserve the culture and grow the program? So I think there's just some things that have to be worked out. In terms of the proposal before us, it's an interim proposal, and I'm fine with it. Colleagues, I'd like to suggest that now we go to public comment. I see there's one member of the public there. Mr. Mordecai, do you want to offer comment on this item? Please come forward if you do. And we'll keep it at 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. This is an important issue. It's very complex, and what you're missing is the point of view of the people most involved. I'm not involved with any of the campuses being spoken to. I just have a general attitude that somehow you have to slow it down until you get the involvement. Now, you're challenged by your circumstances, but I don't know what gun you're under. So my question is, why do you have to do this now? Why can't you slow it down? So that's, now you might have good reasons why you can't slow it down. You have to get it done because it's really difficult to close schools, and you see it as a political necessity. We might really get this done now, but I don't think that's a good reason for not slowing down what you're doing. And especially under the circumstances you have now, I think you have to face reality. You don't have buy-in from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Colleagues, I'd like to close this item. This will come back to us next month for a vote. Thank you to our school leaders for staying late. We really appreciate your dedication and your work. Okay, colleagues, I just want to do a time check with you. Yeah, I'm going towards that. I want to point out to you that we have 1, 2, 3, 4,
I move that
5.
we extend the meeting to 11:30.
Great. Is there a second? I will second. Without objection, we'll move forward. We'll go back now to item T1. Items T1 and T2, I will just take the chair's prerogative because I'm the acting president, but I still continue to chair the Facilities Committee. These are both items that are coming to the board from the Facilities Committee, and I will turn it over to Mr. Nakatagawa, who is our acting Deputy Chief of Facilities. Thank you for staying with us this evening, Mr. Nakatagawa. And we'll start with item T1. 19-2045. This is a fire alarm master plan, and this is an item that is being brought to us for vote this evening. It's coming to you favorably from the Facilities Committee.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm here to present our fire alarm master plan. Fire alarms, of course, are essential for safe operation of our facilities, and this fire alarm master plan is intended to provide input to our facilities master plan and help us develop a rational spending plan for repairing, maintaining, and replacing our fire alarms. The fire alarm master plan will present the history of our fire alarm work since the 1990s, and we'll review the issues that have been addressed over the last 25 years or so. And we will end up with a proposal for how to fund this work out of the RMA budget, the deferred maintenance budget that we hope to establish, and the capital program that we hope to extend with a new bond next year.
This is what I want to spend on it.
I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the actual master plan, just to talk a little bit about the history of our work. And since we've been doing bonds in the history of the district for the last 25 years, we started with a very piecemeal approach to fire alarms. We were doing a very what I'll call low budget mods, participating in the initial rounds of the state funding program to supplement our local bond funds, and we ended up with sites that had sometimes 2 or 3 different fire alarm systems, and we very quickly realized that this was an untenable, unmaintainable position for our Buildings and Grounds Department. And so since that time, we worked very closely with them to develop a standard which they can maintain, that they have the staff that's trained in, that they have availability of parts from local vendors, and that allows them to remotely monitor and keep up to date with the condition of our fire alarms. The report also has a complete inventory of the fire alarms across the district, the age and model of those fire alarms, and the projected dates for when we'll need to replace or repair those systems. But I just want to summarize that this all takes a lot of money, and we're proposing that we take approximately $1.3 million a year of our RMA budget to properly maintain those systems. That we need to budget an additional $1.25 million out of our hopefully to be established deferred maintenance fund to do some more major repair projects, and finally budget $3 million a year out of the capital fund that would come out of subsequent bond funding to do major replacements and upgrades. This would enable us to keep up with code developments and accessible issues. So just one of the interesting things to me was the latest code cycle for fire alarms required an audio announcement that not just a bell or an alarm, but it actually announces fire. You know, that's the reason why you need to exit the building. So, you know, we'll have to, you know, very quickly get to a point where we do this in multiple languages as well. So, this is just, you know, a sign of what's to come, and, you know, an issue that we'll have to make a significant investment on to move forward and be compliant.
Great. We will go to questions, but I realized I need to have a motion to move this forward. Is there a motion?
I'll move adoption.
Great. Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Thank you, Mr. Nakagawa. So just to make sure that I'm clear, what we're being asked to vote on tonight is directing $1.3 million a year for the maintenance portion of the work to come out of the RRMA, and $1.2 million a year for fire alarm replacement projects to come from the deferred maintenance fund, and then the additional $3 million a year that you were talking about would come from a future bond. That we can't direct that because the bond hasn't even been authorized by the board, let alone approved by the voters. Is that correct? Great. Colleagues, any questions? Director Gonzalez, then Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yeah, thank you. I think this represents progress. We've been talking about this on the Budget and Finance Committee for several years now, about how do we, one of the ways that we can streamline and save some money is by, rather than every site going off and doing their own thing, you know, trying to bring some standardization across the system. So I think this is exciting. My question to you is, what are the other opportunities aside from the fire alarm, having sort of master contracts so that we can maximize, you know, economies of scale and try to save some money on the things that are now being done differently at each site?
So the one basic way that we could save, at least on the maintenance and deferred maintenance side, is to fund buildings and grounds to for more staff to be able to do more of the work in-house. The in-house work costs us less than half of the outside contract work. So the more that we can spend in-house, the better off we'll be.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Yee.
Thank you for this report, and I like the clarity of the way that the information is presented. I was just doing trying to do a rough calculation. Let's say we were to pass a bond in this next year, and let's say that bond had a shelf life of say 6 years, 6 to 10 years, let's say. So then, what would be the cost to make sure that at the end of that 6 years, every fire alarm system was up to its replacement value? So, because, and that may be a little bit confusing, but what I guess I'm looking at is the 4.2 million a year that the Jacobs plan suggests, and that comes out to be about the amount that you're suggesting between RMA, deferred maintenance, and the capital project. So suppose we actually, is there any reason why we couldn't inspect, audit, and upgrade every system so that at the end of the capital campaign, let's say in 6 years, let's say roughly, 2026 or 2028, we knew at the end of that time that every alarm system was up to code and healthy?
Yeah, so and at that end point, you would be good for, approximately 5 to 10 years in theory before you had to do any major work again.
Exactly, so we're talking about till 2030 to the total value of the successful program. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right, so, and to get to that point, instead of like looking at a year-over-year investment, just rough guess would probably be like 2 or 3 times the amount that we're looking at on the year-over-year.
Right, so that's what I've been calculating out, around 30 million a year. 30 million total.
Right.
To get all the systems up to snuff so that we could ensure a healthy fire alarm system to the year 2030.
Yeah, the point I want to stress, though, is that one of the issues with fire alarm systems, that A, they're becoming more and more complicated, B, the manufacturers are required to have them certified by UL and the state fire marshal. The investment it takes to do that, the manufacturers basically stop doing that at a certain time period in the life of that particular product. And so at the end of that cycle, you really have to replace it with a new system because the old system isn't listed anymore.
Yeah.
So that in itself drives some of this cycle of constant need for investment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm
Okay.
agreeing with you. I hope you see, but to project out a system that under current situation you would say is good for 10 years.
Yeah, I don't think that we could ever get to a point where we actually guarantee that we actually don't have to touch it except to repair something for 10 years just because of the obsolescence issue.
Great. Any further comments from board members? Mr. Mordecai, do you have any public comment on the fire alarm master plan?
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, I so often speak negatively, so I have to speak positively that you're looking at this. And one of the things that I was listening to, and I was still confused at how in the conversation that took place, I thought I heard mention that you have to include increasing the staffing if you're going to maintain what you're doing here. And then I thought there was a oblique reference to a consultant doing the job. So I would like to see clarity as to how you do that. And secondly, I'm concerned about, I repeated over and over about measured bond money being spent appropriately. And this would be appropriately if it's written appropriately. And my concern would be that when you write it up, that how you fund this, because it got complicated. I think there was 3 different sources of funding. That when you write it out, that you're not general but specific. You say this is on the list of what this is the project that we're going to accomplish, and there'd be a lot of clarity of the how that's done, so the voters know what they're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. To clarify, I believe that the comment about staffing costs was a question from Director Gonzalez about how to streamline costs, and the response was that if we invested more in our own building and grounds department, we would not need to have as much of the work done by outside vendors. So colleagues, at this point we're going to vote on this item. It's been moved and seconded. What we're voting on right now is that for the next budget year we will expect to see, and I hope our Chief System and Services Officer in the back is noting this, that $1.3 million a year will be for maintenance of our fire alarms will come through in our RRMA account, and $1.25 million a year for fire alarm replacements will be budgeted for in our deferred maintenance account. That's what we are voting on at this time. Can we call the roll, please?
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres? Not here. Okay. Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Harris, how do I call you? Can I call you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a yes for you. Okay. And Acting President Warren?
Yes.
Okay, motion stopped.
I just have to say personally, woohoo! 10 years I've been waiting for this, so thank you very much. We're going to move now to item T2. This is item 192048. This is approval by the board with coming to you unanimously from the Facilities Committee of a master plan for safety matting under our play structures. Back to you, Mr. Nakagawa. Thank you.
Second.
Oh, and can we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. Thank you.
The selection, design, and installation of safety matting also has a direct relationship to the maintenance and repair capacity of buildings and grounds to support the safe operation of our facilities. So safety matting is a necessary element to maintaining a safe play structure and having good play opportunities for our students during recess and other times. And it's necessary to limit injuries, as we all know. Historically, this impact attenuation is achieved through loose fill materials. So, like, at least when I grew up, my elementary school had sawdust and wood chips in the play area. We actually used to have quite a few of those installations ourselves. The issue with loose fill is that it requires regular maintenance, and that's something that is difficult for our district to support. Is either the staffing or the time to regularly clean that loose fill and make sure that it's at the proper level to have the safety required. So we strongly discourage loose fill and have standardized on a couple of products. So up through 7 years ago, our standard was a poured in place product, which is ground up rubber shreds mixed in with a liquid binder and spread over the play structure. That was basically the industry standard at that point, and was very successful, but we do have a lot of maintenance issues with that. It requires constant repair underneath swings and slide areas, and is difficult to ensure that it has proper fall attenuation after it is repaired. So our current standard is it's a brand name product, DuraSafe. It is a sole source product at this point, but we do hope that there will be competitors in the near future. It is a compression molded tile, and we've been using it for 7 years. It has been very successful, much lower maintenance than any other product out there, and the continued replacement of the poured in place with the DuraSafe product will also reduce our maintenance costs greatly over the upcoming years. So just to summarize that, we anticipate that we'll need to spend approximately $270,000 a year for routine maintenance and repair of safety matting, and invest over $600,000 a year in replacement, and we would propose to split that, the replacement funding, approximately $300,000 or so, between deferred maintenance and the capital program.
Thank you. Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes.
I do have a question about that last point. Given that we haven't put a bond on the ballot, let alone have the voters approve it, what is your proposal for the interim?
Well, so until we establish a new bond fund, it would all have to come out of deferred maintenance fund.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this? Okay, Director Yee?
So with that last comment, is it in our budget for this year and next year?
So we will be making a proposal for deferred maintenance at the next facilities committee meeting, and
I thought you said routine maintenance.
The
Split.
300, the 270,000 a year is right.
Okay, Mr. Mordecai, do you have any comments on this, if you're still there? Oh, excuse me. We'll go to Mr. Mordecai, then we'll come back to the board, sorry.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, my only concern is that you get in the bind is that you're making these decisions without really people coming to you and pointing out, doing the prep work, the homework, where you have this covered. that this is not money that you're speculating that you'll have in the future. This is money you actually have in the budget. And what I hear, it's not in the budget. I would urge the board not to approve it until you know exactly what you're spending.
Thank you. We're going to come back now to the board. Director Hinton Hodge.
This is a fairly political question that I have. And I don't, you might very well know as a staff, but maybe it's the facilities committee folks. Where is this CDBG, whatever that CBOC group? Where are they at with this? Is this something that, you know, in that version of reality, you get stuff approved through them? So I'm just like, where are they at on this? Because it just, I'm going to support this work, and I'll always support this work. But I can recall 4 or 5 years ago when we were like putting down these playgrounds and we were expanding some of the work under Measure J, and then people came back and came after us and was like we were misusing the resources and we didn't plan it at the very beginning. So this is different resources in some ways, but I feel like especially because we're talking about going for a bond, like the politics out there are such that, on one level the board's going to say, yeah, we're down for this, and then as soon as someone criticizes us, we're going to be like, oh, we shouldn't have did that, or we get amnesia. So I just want to know, kind of in that political scene, like, where are these folks at, and are people willing to like stand up for this, to say these are important things that we have to make an investment in? Because I'm willing to do that, but I just don't want to then all of a sudden feel like I got to be afraid in 6 months when I ask for a bond.
So I can just give some background. As a bond oversight committee, and their main responsibility is to review and certify that we spent the bond money as the voters directed in passing the bond measure. The current bond oversight committee is advocating for a stronger role, and that is a proposal that they plan to present to the board as to that role, and it will be up to the board to decide whether that's an appropriate role. So their current role is to review our expenditures after the fact. Yes.
Thank you.
Director, I will come to you, Director Torres. I just will say, Director Hodge, that when we discussed this at the last facilities committee meeting, the bond committee chair was there, so she's aware that we were. Did you want to add something, Director Torres?
I think that one of the other aspects of the conversation, and yes, Andrea was there, whether or not I think this is controversial. The way I also took this was safety and lawsuits and the cost, because similar to, say, the ADA lawsuits for people with disabilities, and structures change and coding changes, and people are getting sued left and right that own businesses because they're behind and they paid thousands of dollars. These changes and the safety of these different types of matting can lead to a lot of lawsuits for children who break their arm, break their ankle, falling off these play structures. And I remember making comments that was one reason I supported this, because it's going to cost us one way or the other, and probably will cost us less to do it the way it's been presented versus getting sued and doing it piecemeal when we get sued, and then that's part of the actual settlement, that you have to go in and put the safest, most up-to-date matting that's available for the current code and times. So that was one other aspect for me that made this kind of an urgent situation.
Director Yee.
I'm sorry, but
sorry, I'm just tired.
Yeah, that's okay. Is your recommendation in this that I don't believe your well, let me just check with you. Is your recommendation that we use existing bond money to pay for this, or this is fully paid for in the proposal by RNA, DNA money, DMA?
Yeah, so that as Director London pointed out, we haven't secured any future bond money.
Right.
So it is a proposal to fund it out of existing.
Right, so but there is no existing bond money that you're planning to redirect to this project from whatever money is left in the remaining
So
bank.
the one thing I would want to say is that there actually is still a small amount left in the board-approved spending plan for safety matting, and we will spend that out
But not
in
the
the next
capital
year or so.
bond.
That is the capital
Oh,
bond
that is the
program.
capital bond?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so there is some available.
And my only point to that, and that's to us as colleagues, is that in 6 months, someone's gonna say, you all did that and we didn't, I mean, I just watched it happen 2 or 3 years ago. So I just want us to be conscious of, like, we are making a decision tonight, or I think we vote tonight, right? To kind of move this forward. So your argument, Director Torres, whatever, I'm just saying in 6 months, when people are saying you don't deserve a bond, please say that. Please defend this decision.
Yeah,
Colleagues, I'd like to call the question on this. We have a very important agenda item around the budget, and we need to move on.
Great. Let's call the question. Can we call the roll call, please?
Having heard no objection to the roll call, is this on the main motion?
Yes. We're voting on adopting the safety matting plan and the accompanying budget.
All right, Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Acting President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. That's another big woot-woot for me. Okay, and we're going to go now to item T519-2273. This is a presentation to the board on the budget development process for the 2021 fiscal year. This is not a voting item, but there may be some discussion that comes. Director Gonzalez, is that correct? Thank
That's
you.
right.
And we welcome Mr. Troy Christmas. Thank you for being here.
Troy Christmas. All right, repeat that. What I'm doing is providing an update on our process for the 2021 budget, developing the 2021 budget, as we talked about at our September 4th budget retreat. So on September 4th, board members got together actually in this room, and we talked about what we wanted to see improved about how we determine how funds get allocated in the district. And so for a working definition, prioritization is around how do we prioritize where we're going to allocate our dollars versus development, which is, okay, I've got the dollars allocated, how are the individual positions going to be selected, and how is that being put together? And so this is really largely around prioritization. So at that time, I'm just repeating a slide that was actually there, that our intent was to focus on best practices. We'll talk a little bit more about that, engaging multiple voices and being clear and transparent as we go through it. So we talked about that on September 4th, and this is really an update on where we are in that process. And so the board also adopted resolutions to move forward in our improvement efforts on the Government Finance Officers Association's Smarter School Spending Framework as a guide to using best practices. And so this slide really identifies some of the things that we're looking to do different. This transition, as we talked to many districts, is not something that gets done in 1 year. It's something that happens over multiple years. But we're seeking to make sure our budgets are aligned to strategic priorities and not just rollover budgeting, which folks have concerns about, that we're actually looking at our investments in terms of their effectiveness and measuring that and being able to track that and to make decisions based on that information, that we're building a budget that's able to change with our circumstances. All of you have experienced over the last several years that things are changing mid-year, things are changing across years. We need to prepare for that. Another best practice is, and something that we've worked on this year, is making sure that the academic and the finance parts of our organization are walking together in alignment as budgets are being created, and it's not one driving the other, but it's working together. That's another best practice that was lifted up by GFOA and others. And that we are budgeting centrally and its sites strategically, so that when we actually do allocations, we have an understanding of what sites, what services are being provided to sites from Central, and those are in alignment with our LCAP and our strategic goals. And so that's what we're after in terms of the shift that we're trying to make as an organization. So that was a little bit about sort of what we're trying to do. Part of why we're trying to make a significant strategic alignment this year is we have made some commitments already regarding our priorities. So this slide is just indicating that, understanding that to get to the student outcomes that we want, we need to have high quality instruction, and in order to do that, we need to have better staff recruitment and retention. And one of the components, not the only component of that, but one of those is increased compensation. And so the board's already made commitments regarding increased compensation, and those commitments require us to make some spending realignments. And so some folks want to say reductions. Reductions means you're spending actually less. We seldom spend less every year. We just spend it in different places. And so we made some commitments to spend that money in terms of employee compensation, and that means that we need to realign. And so in terms of the challenges, I want folks to understand, we're talking about how we're going to do this. There's some challenges about how we're going to do this. The first is we're doing these process changes in an environment where we have to make significant or substantial reallocation. So the board knows they've passed a commitment to fiscal solvency, which is that we're going to have $10 million. That's at least $10 million of reductions as we go into to 2021, and another $10.5 million in reductions as we go into 21, 22. And I'm calling them spending realignments, but that's sort of the nature of making sure that we can live within the commitments that are already made. And so one of the things I always remark on when I look at board meetings like tonight, you've heard many items come before you tonight, which were really including additional costs, additional spending, right? You heard that multiple times over the course of the evening. So one of the other challenges is not just the commitments that we've already made, but the commitments that folks want us to make going forward. And you heard some of those tonight. The other, which is a perennial problem for Oakland, and we just got back from Fresno where other districts are like, really, you have to deal with this, is a tension between our timeline to balance the needs of principals and SSCs that want their information early so that they can plan and think about how they're going to do their spending, with budget staff that need to get the information from the state and other sources in order to build budgets, community that wants stakeholder engagement around both the prioritization part of it, but also the budget development part of it, and then the statutory requirements we have around noticing staff if we're going to have any reductions in force. Severe staffing challenges in the fiscal division, I won't go into that. I believe most board members are aware that we've just had significant staffing challenges in the fiscal division that makes some of this work difficult. This year, we're starting in September, where most districts that are undergoing this process start in May. And that it was mentioned in a couple of other places today around, ideally, you're making these shifts when you have a firm, well-understood strategic plan already in place, or a firm, well-understood LCAP in place. We're in process for those things. And so we're using the superintendent's work plan, we're using the instructional focus document, we're using what we have, but it's not the same as in districts and where we will be in the future, where we have these other documents already laid out. And then lastly, I wanted to include that we need to make tough decisions while respecting our valued employees. That's just being good people, but it's also good for the organization. And so that's part of what our challenge is here. This is just a recap of the GFOA process. Again, you board members all saw this at the retreat we had on September 4th. Just wanted to name where we were in the process. We're at a place now where, sort of as I identified, our priorities are laid out in those documents, whether they be the existing LCAP, the superintendent's work plan, the recommendations that we've gotten from our PSAC and others, as well as the instructional focus document. We're now in the place where we're trying to say, okay, we've made these commitments, we have these priorities, how are we going to realign ourselves, where are we going to realign ourselves in order to be able to afford our existing commitments and those that are coming. So that's where we are in the process. The other thing that's guiding us is Board Policy 3150. And so what I wanted to pause here and mention is, you see sort of the different categories that are in the board policy where there's, okay, we need to set aside funding for mandatory expenses. We need to set aside no more than 12% for literally all those departments that you see there listed. And then we have enumerated services to schools that we have to pay for, and then all the other funding is to go to our schools. So as the services to schools component goes up, it shrinks everything that goes after it. The 12%, no more than 12%, it stays there. As the mandatory expenses goes up, shrinks everything that comes after it. But what we've decided to do this year is last year and in previous years, the district has had an issue of not being sufficiently comprehensive so that things are missed. And so then we get into the year and we need to make adjustments because we missed things because the process getting into the year may not have been robust enough. And so what are we doing this year? This year, we're leaning in first. And what I mean by leaning in first is part of Board Policy 3150 is that our central office departments will budget in a way that is aligned with strategic priorities of the organization. And we're taking time to make sure that we do that. And so we are moving up the timeline for the central part of it. Every central office department on this other slide has been going through this process where they're developing a budget profile for 2021. And they're looking at their strategic priorities as relates to the district's strategic priorities. They're looking at their benchmarks. They're looking at key performance metrics where relevant for their departments so that, A, we can create baselines where there are none, and baselines meaning how are we doing now so that we can track how we're doing in the future, and where they've had those baselines, sort of what are their goals to move those numbers forward. We are also taking every one of, or most of those departments through what we're terming a budget consultancy, where there's another set of eyes outside the department looking at the budget and also asking questions around where are there interdependencies between the work that you're doing and the other work in the organization as it relates to our priorities. Where are there opportunities for you to partner to either have greater impact or reduce costs? And so that's another part of the budget consulting. So that's sort of this look in to make sure we're doing the work that 3150 identified for us to do, but also to make sure that we're comprehensive and aligned. And so that's sort of where we've been. Actually, one thing I wanted to mention here is that's one leg of the process, which is what I would call sort of a looking from a departmental view up. I will talk a little bit about the other side of this, which is looking across the system, looking system-wide from the beginning. In doing the work, one of the ways to try to ground us is to get clear on what is it that we have to do. You saw part of 3150 was what do you mandatorily have to do. So identifying those expenses that are mandatory. We've had over the last couple of years times where we've gotten into the new year and realized we left out something that we had no choice but to do. And so then we had to put it back because we had no choice but to do it. So getting clear on that, as we've had these conversations, the two things I want to say about the difference between core and strategic is not to get caught up in those words. It's that because people take core and strategic as whether it's important or not. It's not about whether it's important or not. It's about whether we have to do it or not. We need to know what we have to do so then we can make choices about how much it costs, because knowing you have to do it doesn't tell you how much it costs, but you have to know you have to do it, and then looking at what we have choices about and making smart choices about the things we have choices about. That's what I would say sort of. Here, the other thing that I repeated at the Budget and Finance Committee is we need definitions that are more durable than the people in this room. In order to track and monitor how we're spending our money and how we're allocating our money, we need to have like the same language that we use for more than 18 months. And part of that is having definitions that are durable. Everybody in this room has a definition of their own about what's core. And when they leave the room, somebody else will come in and they'll have their definition about what's core. But as an organization, at least to track what we're doing and to continue to improve, we need something that's a little bit more durable than that. And so we're seeking to do that here. So this is just the first three items I already talked about, where each department had to identify strengths, challenges, and root causes to their being greater, more effective. We had the collaboration with the consultancies to look at dependencies, et cetera, and we are asking them, and they've gone through a process, and that's now being reviewed, of prioritizing the investments within their individual departments. The piece I'm going to talk about now is a separate piece, which is a system-wide view. So the Smarter School Spending Framework has a screening and sizing tools, which they essentially provide to school districts to help you identify of and there are 31 areas in this. Of 31 areas that school districts all across the nation are looking at when they are looking at potential realignments, how do you know whether your district is ripe to be able to realign and see savings in that particular area? And so there's a screening tool that basically asks some questions associated with a particular area of realignment, and based on those answers, you get a score that lets you know, hey, this is worth pursuing. This is worth digging deeper. It's not saying this is an area you should cut. It's not saying that there's substantial resources there. It's saying they should look into this deeper. The other thing they have is a costing tool so that you can get an idea of, based on that score, how much could you possibly or potentially reap from making a change. And so we've been going through that with all those departments that are reflective of the different 31 areas.
This is a great presentation, and we do need you to speed it up, please.
All right. So this is just an example of the screening tool for custodial services, and you'll see the last question there, if you can read the really small print, is can the district run reports to understand how the custodial overtime is being used? And many of our areas, we weren't able to do that, and so we had to score that appropriately, and the answer to scoring that appropriately is you need to dig in deeper and figure out what's going on there. And SPED, there was a similar question around out-of-district services. What are you doing with out-of-district services? I will basically skip this. There were a lot of internal stakeholders that were saying they appreciated the consultancy process. This slide is really just looking at the different areas of reduction that have come up from the county and from others, stuff that we talked about last year that we've moved on somewhat and some that we haven't. And then there are links to the two professional organizations that are providing either the screening tools that I just talked about or other areas for us to focus on as we look at realignments. And so that's the part of the process we're at now. And the community engagement part, so did want to pause here. We are focused on expanding and using existing structures. We talked about this at our September 4th meeting. So at regular board meetings, at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, I'll be at PSAC talking about this tomorrow night at their SSC Summit. We're trying to make sure that we get to be a part of the regular engagements for ACC. We also talked about board members, if they so chose, sponsoring engagements in their particular districts. We're targeting January for that. The District Budget Advisory Committee has met already and is meeting again. I think they just scheduled their second meeting to figure out how they want to engage in this. And then there will likely be a stakeholder survey as we get closer to the point of recommendations for the board. And then timeline-wise, I work backwards from February 5th. That February 5th date is a delicate balancing of all those tensions in timeline that I just talked about. So there will be school sites that say, that's not going to give me enough time to plan. And there'll be other folks that say, we don't have enough time to go through the governor's January budget. This is a delicate balancing of that. But that February 5th date then of a second read and approval of realignments would have us at a first read in January 22nd. And then we're hoping to get the dialogue started with at least some preliminary information on December 18th. And that would be following a senior leadership workshop on this information on November 22nd. And so I'll stop.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Director Gonzalez, did you want to lead off, please?
Yeah. So I have a comment and a question. My comment is that the 12% for central administration is a ceiling. It's not a floor.
Up to.
Yes. And so I just wanted to share that I think there have been years in which 12% was treated as this is our 12%, and it's not. It's a ceiling. The other thing that I wanted to understand, can you go back one slide to the engagement stuff, the engagement calendar? No, the calendar. So help me understand how this time frame of January 22nd lines up with so we have ongoing labor negotiations happening, and I want to understand the numbers that you just cited that we adopted for budget reductions in the spring. How do those numbers line up with, how are we going to know whether those numbers are still the right numbers, given that we're in the middle of union negotiations?
So, for example,
and will we know by these dates when we say these are the priorities and this is the target number, even though there's still union contracts outstanding?
You will have better information. You will never have perfect information, but remember, after you make commitments to realign, if you have not yet settled contracts, you have that information in the settling of those contracts, and you also have your existing contracts and what those you have the cost associated with those existing contracts that you can extrapolate to other units if that's what you choose.
Okay, so what we'll know on January 22nd is the governor's proposed budget. We'll know the first interim, projections for multi-year, but we probably will not have settlements of all of the contracts that are outstanding.
I can't speak to that. I know that you have had TAs that are going through their normal process even since.
Well, I think there are some unions that aren't even sunshining until.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So all is unlikely.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Director Yee.
Hi. Thank you for the detail. Of the school districts that you've been working with who have adopted this framework, how many of them have undergone the school consolidation process that we've been going through? And do they refer to this tool as being the framework that you're developing, the processes, is being helpful in terms of estimating or reporting on the potential cost savings that are realized when you go through a process like this?
So,
because that to me is the distinctive part of our district in this last year, this year, and going forward, is that we have a blueprint process which is attempting to right-size the district even as we are proceeding along a modernization or transformation of our processes. So I just need to know that there are some lessons that can be adapted in that time, so that we have clarity in terms of let's say the cost and the cost savings.
Sure. So 2 points on that. And we actually just got back from a CFO, CBO convening in Fresno, and then at the GFOA conference that we went to, we had direct conversations about this issue. There weren't districts in California that who were using this framework who were also dealing with the school consolidation issues that we're dealing with. In talking with districts that have had to cut significant amounts or realign significant amounts of spending, this is even before, this is not GFOA specific, it was the alignment of the restructuring of your facilities and how you were using your facilities along with the restructuring of your services, having those go in lockstep.
Yeah.
And not be separated. That yielded the most savings and also was sort of most logical to have the least amount of impact. So, for example, if you're going to have
so I get what you're saying about that, but I would like to know maybe just a single urban district, which has gone through a school consolidation process at the level that we have been going through, and identify whether this process stayed together and provided enough tenacity and resilience to go through this process with some fidelity and come out the other end with any lessons learned or any big advantages. Because I actually do think that this is a fairly unique time. If it isn't, I would love to find out of any of the districts nationally that are doing this, is there one that we can identify which has gone through the school consolidation and has actually found that this process helped or not helped?
So we can definitely make sure we raise
so then
that.
I'll ask again the next time we see you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Torres.
So I definitely appreciate this presentation because it's very easy to follow, understandable, whatnot. One thing I'm wondering about in regard to the comment about the delay in starting, like from May to September, efforts being made to close that gap, even if it's slightly. And then with regard, or what are the challenges for us to not have such a large gap? It'd be one thing if most districts start in May and we start in August, but it's pretty big. So that's one question I had. And then the other was what's the sweet spot for making a good majority of schools happy as far as when they get their budget information so they know what they're working with, as opposed to more than half are not happy. You know, what would be a realistic goal to shoot for, right? 60%, 70%. And then lastly, in all of this, my understanding and my feeling had always been around what you just said in your answer to the other board member. The process of dealing with property is something districts have been long lagging on, and in a state and in a place like Oakland where property is extremely valuable, and we have a 7-Eleven committee dealing with just 5 properties, and we have other properties that are underutilized, not utilized, what have you. I just have always wondered how it would work that when we go at that work in 7-Eleven, we actually have a financial goal of you guys are looking at this and you're going out and doing community engagement, but it's so vague and nebulous to go out. And I went to one of the engagements, Director Yu was there, and we heard from all these people at roundtables and breakout groups, what do you think this should be? Oh, it should be an after-school program facility, or it should be a library, it should be a teen center. Nonetheless, the district needs money. And so we can have 50 engagements and 50 or 500 ideas. Let's be real, we need money. And I've always wondered why we aren't talking about specific dollar amounts to come out of repurposing these 5 units of underutilized, because that could help us as we get close to the PERS and STIRS disaster and layoffs and teachers' raises and so on and so forth. So I'm just always wondered why we haven't come at this with a more specific financial goal. Does that make sense? And are you seeing that with other districts? Because it's not just pie in the sky. We've got this property, let's see what comes out of a 7-Eleven. We need $10 million to come out of this process. Like, why couldn't we be more intentional, has always been my question.
So one, I want to apologize for not holding all 3 of those in my brain, but I'm going to answer the second one, third one, and come back. As I've looked at, read about, and talked to other districts, what they talk about is, here is what we need to be a sustainable district on a go-forward basis. And here are all the resources we have at our disposal to do that. And so if you have an asset that either is going to be leased or sold, then it forestalls what we did last year, was $21.5 million, $7 million. So all the pain that was associated with that, whether it was the money from schools or the challenge that we have in central office, all gets to be at least partially addressed by how you use your other assets or resources. And that's how I've heard them talk about it. And if you're selling, sometimes you're talking about one-time money that provides a cushion for a period of time that allows you to realign the structure of your organization. If you're talking about leases, you're talking about something that forestalls some ongoing expenditure that you would have to deal with. So you had 2 other ones. I apologize.
No, that's fine, because it's late. The other
Okay.
ones were about closing the gap on the delay to start the process, and the other one was about what's the sweet spot for schools being, for the amount of schools
Right.
that would
I
be
got it.
happy with the timing of when they get the
So on
budget,
the
because not everybody's happy.
On the delay, Pete, that's just this year. And as we've talked to other districts, this is a multi-year process to get this going. The one they've learned that they need to start in May. It's not that they started that way. And then for the sweet spot, we are seeking to talk with PAC, our principal advisory committee, about that. But what folks said is there's some schools that they're just really tight with their SSC, and if you tell them one day they can get it done in a week, and you tell most other folks they need about a month, and then there are other folks that are in a totally different space than that. And so the sweet spot is around that 3 weeks to a month, though. It's not, but we're still gathering information on that. But as we talk to folks in PAC, that's what we heard.
Great. Anybody else? Director Harris.
Just one thing. Again, I invite the opportunity for you to respond over email in a thoughtful way. I think Director Torres raised a very powerful question. And to be frank, I don't think you answered the question. So I think that kind of alignment is necessary. So approaching the 7-Eleven process not as this kind of nebulous thing where you're just saying, well, we're just looking at some properties. we should be trying to understand what are the possibilities to generate revenue from those properties and what the need is. So I saw on the slide, my question was, increased revenue, you had Saturday School and Facilitron. Those have been on the list for 2 years. What is the dollar amount that's gonna come from those and at what time? The 7-Eleven process started, what dollar amount can we anticipate, or if there isn't one, right? Or the 7-Eleven process is not something that's going to generate viable revenue over no time period. But at some point, we have to declare, we're looking at these 5 properties, here's the value of those properties, here are where they are zoned, here are the opportunities that come with that. That kind of thinking has to, at some point, come to fruition, or next year at this time, we're gonna be saying, we're looking at 7-Eleven process, we're looking at Facilitron, and we're looking at Saturday School. So at some point, that has to intersect with what we're trying to do in terms of generating revenue, or the only revenue we're gonna generate is gonna be ADA. So I think that the team has to be thoughtful about how the 7-Eleven process, particularly this year, is going to connect with actual dollars being generated and over what time frame. And if it's not this year, then what year? So it would be great if we could get a response to that, to the entire board, as to how you're approaching solving that problem.
Absolutely, and what we will do is do exactly what you said, is to do that in writing over email. We certainly have been talking about it as a team in terms of the 7-Eleven process and how to engage with that process in a way that aligns with the other work that we're trying to make sure we accomplish. Regarding the other 2, you will see dollar numbers and timelines associated with those other 2 items.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge.
So yeah, this process tends not to feel integrated for me because you know, just because it really, I mean, I'm tired of doing cuts. And I'm tired of avoiding like the things that we know that would really right-size the district, right? So like if we're not driving this strong citywide plan to balance around mergers and closures of schools, we're gonna keep having to hit this thing around personnel, right? And then there's these other demands that keep coming to us. So I just, so to the extent of like, I was like Saturday School, I feel like maybe that's the first time I ever saw that. Because I haven't heard much about it. I assumed that it happened. But yeah, what does it cost? And I know that I've been here long enough to be like, there's always the little box that talks about generating revenue. And I appreciate that we charge for our buildings and use of them. But you know, we have a property across the street that's sitting abandoned and has been that way for, it's about to be almost into a decade. And then we have a community reaction to things and how we do some stuff. So so this is just really commentary, I guess. Yeah. So, I think overall, maybe I need to see a few more numbers. I feel like I'm getting presented with what is best practice. And so at times I may want to know, like, what does that really cost us inside the organization to get to best practice? And of course, I still have all this very deep concern about the fiscal department and the capacity of, I don't think we have the right team in place. We have an interim CFO. So just in general, I feel like we don't have the right people on the bus. Y'all are great. I'm glad you're on the bus. But I just think that there's some added pieces, that are just gonna move us, differently. So, yeah, I guess, I'm sorry, that was a ramble. Thanks for the work.
Thank you. The only thing I would add, because we've heard a lot from my colleagues, all very good observations and comments, particularly around more certainty around revenue generation, what can we control, is in the context of community engagement, whether these different groups you've been working with have an online survey tool or something, because, yeah, I can host a meeting for you in District 1, but you'll get, you know, if you're lucky, you'll get a few dozen people. And if you have an online survey tool, you're going to get a lot more input. So I think that would be advisable. Let's go now to public comment. Mr. Mordecai, do you have any comments for us?
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. Okay, the idea of getting money, additional revenue, and sounds like it's kind of a dreamy thing. There's not a reality to it. Now you're going to start putting a reality on how much you're going to get out of this. Well, you've just, if that's the whole purpose of the 7-Eleven, then you undercut what the state intends with the 7-Eleven committee. And the 7-Eleven committee, as I read the Ed Code, is to seek out support from the community that's immediately impacted. The 7-Eleven committee is to reach out to the attendance area and get information. And one person says they want them for a library. This is the information that should be considered by the board. But you can't consider it if you've already decided that the whole exercise is about money, not by a strategic plan. And you say on one hand you use the word strategic plan, then you come around and then you're switching it to, oh my gosh, we got to get money, we don't have enough money coming in. So, and I guess the other thing is the time frame is too small. If you're just looking at how much money you're going to get out of it, then you have a Onceler approach. Your Onceler approach is to get the money immediately. And that just undercuts sort of what you as a school board, I think, have to do. You have to plan for the future. And you can't plan for the future if you're just looking at the bottom line in a short time frame.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Mr. Thomas, are you here to say something? Okay. So this is not a voting item. This is a presentation item, correct? So at this point, I think we're done with this item, and we're going to move on now to item 19-2274. This is a discussion of a resolution that we passed last year around, and a provision in there related to potentially returning money for schools if we went above our 3% board mandated reserve. I note that this was not referred by the Audit Committee or the Budget and Finance Committee. Director Gonzalez, did you want to frame this in some way for us?
No, I think what the presentation is really going to hit. You know, how is it that we have a bigger ending fund balance than we anticipated, and a recommendation from staff about how we should address that.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, Preston Thomas. I know it's late, so I'm going to kind of go through these relatively quickly. This really just kind of want to capture where we are in time. We are currently, we ended, the last presentation that you had formally was the unaudited actuals, which was the closing of the books for the previous year. We are now in a process where we're moving through the adopted budget and moving to the first interim that will be happening in December. Board Resolution 1819-0144 really talked about provisions around how the school district should go through reductions. And so,
something happened to the presentation?
Hello?
So one of the key questions that have been asked is in the provision. It said when the governor's when the May revise came out, there was the call by the board to return potentially some of the funds to school sites if there were new revenue. However, at the closing of the books, which captured the end of the 18-19 fiscal year, we ended up closing the books with a 0.51% additional reserve. And so I just wanted to kind of like lift up for the board that California mandates the 2% reserve. The board requires an additional 3% reserve. But if you look across the country, national best practices is about 17%, which is a couple months of being able to pay for your payroll. So wanted to make this chart for you all to kind of break down two of the different bodies of the unaudited actuals and just kind of talk about where they came from and what we've done with them since that date. So the unrestricted fund balance was about $30.6 million. And so if you look at this graph, the part that I was talking about earlier, that $11 million and the $5 million are really a reflection of that 3% reserve. So that is something we expect to have based on the board's guidance and on the kind of what the state mandates. If you go to the next layer of that cake, that is the additional, it's about $2.8 million, which is in question, which is really the additional funds that were added to that reserve. And part of the reason under the board's direction, it was a minimum 3% reserve, and so the idea was to increase that reserve for uncertainty. That other there's another $5.6 million in that green band. That was additional money that fell down to the bottom. And where that comes from is those vacancy savings, some of the funds that didn't get expended in the GP accounts, they all dropped to the bottom to be about $5.6 million. The two levels above that, the stale dated warrants and the Prop 39 charters, funds for repairs, that's something that we're currently investigating as to how we can potentially use those dollars. And that little blue band at the top went to routine restricted maintenance, which we actually just spent some of that money this evening with the approval of one of the other items. So essentially, on the day that the unaudited actuals came out to the board, there was also the board approved some additional spending. And so that additional spending was the increase that you heard Nina Bawa talk about earlier today, that there was a need for increased spending for special education, which was $1.3 million, and the SEIU agreement, which was approved actually after the adopted budget was passed by the board. And that happened on July the 2nd. And so that money needed to be incorporated and came out of that, that unassigned, unappropriated funds. So really, when you break down this fund balance, there's only about $0.6 million worth of that green band that was the additional savings that we had from the previous year. I wanted to talk about this really briefly. There's been a lot of kind of information about the restricted fund, and I just wanted to let you know where that goes, which was about $40.2 million. And I'll just start with the bottom layer. The bottom layer really includes Measure N. And there's three things that are happening with those funds. That $7 million on the bottom, you're going to see that almost every single year when we close the books. It's the contingency fund. It is to support the step down year in the final year. The $0.9 million in blue is actually carryover that was in the central office that we strategically targeted to carry that funds over to provide pathway coaches at our school sites. And then that $2.4 million, it's green because it's going back to school sites. Those schools planned for it, and you can review some of the Measure N. There's a process now where they anticipate carryover, and then they spend it the following year. The next red band is G1. G1 had a pretty significant balance, but that was actually money that we were holding for the raises that were incorporated with OEA and the other educator groups that are still currently negotiating. So that funding is something that was locked and we could not spend. If you go up to the grants, these are funds that came in 18-19, but like we would be using them in 19-20. And some of them are even carryover funds that we would be carrying over for an additional year on multi-year grants. That was about $9.3 million. That is money that is going directly to schools. It's something that we have a plan for. It wasn't a surprise. It was something we knew was there. Then there was the $1.4 million that was special education savings, and really we had less of a contribution to non-public agencies in the previous year, so that's actually a good thing that that money is there. And then finally is the titles, And that's across a lot of different programs. There's about $6.5 million, and that will all go to services for school sites. So moving forward, I wanted to kind of talk about where the money is going. And one of the things that, and Director Harris had asked to kind of break it down a little bit more. And so one of the things is the reductions that were planned for in discretionary were $3 million to school sites. When we've done the analysis and the interim CFO has kind of reviewed it, we actually only cut $2.5 million. We hit about 80% of the reductions for school sites that we anticipated and about 80% of the reduction that we anticipated for the central office. In addition to that, though, on the other side, there are restricted funds that have been reallocated out to school sites since the adopted budget. And so there's been about a $2.75 million in supplemental funding that has gone out to school sites. Another $1.5 million in Title I carryover that did get distributed back to school sites. And then an additional $0.5 million in Title IV that's a new allocation that we started distributing to schools. So if you add all that up, it's about a 2.25 net increase in funding that's at schools now versus when the adopted budget was passed. Now, I will say that it is really important to identify that the increases in funding are really concentrated in schools that had higher percentage of free and reduced lunch students and higher unduplicated counts in those schools. And so there are some schools that disproportionately took the brunt of the discretionary funds. And so it's just important to note that. Now, one of the asks, Director Gonzalez had asked for a site-by-site school evaluation of how these cuts and how the new increases to those schools has played out, and we won't be able to do that until the first interim when we can kind of see how the funding is showing up in school site budgets. So that's to come on the December the 11th. So then when we add up the $0.6 million in the unassigned and the $2.8 million in the additional reserve, it leaves you about $3.4 million that's left in that in the unrestricted fund. This is funding for uncertainty. That's why districts have the fund balance. And there are some things that I just wanted to put on your radar that we know are coming for you all to consider as the board. One of the ways that we've made some of the cuts over the last couple of years is to not invest in our Chromebooks at the school sites. And so by not buying them and not spending that's kind of a way to reduce your expenditures. The time is up on that. All of our Chromebooks are coming out of service, and with SBAC testing and just really wanting to close that divide with our students having access to technology, we need to invest there. As has been talked many times, but the central kitchen is now coming, it's nearly completed. The intent was about $1.3 million of the reductions came out of nutrition services in the board approved reductions. What the plan was is that was going to come back to the board at some other time to show the new investment that was needed for the central kitchen and the reorganization. That is a plan that we're currently working on. There are things like equipment mechanic, a dietitian, a nutritional services buyer that are associated with the central kitchen launch that we will need to make some investment in, which is probably a short-term investment to get the central kitchen up and running. The other thing is that strategic investments for things like design teams. I think there was conversation earlier, much earlier, about potentially during the poor air quality about getting masks for students. There are things that come up during the course of the year that you want to have funds in reserve to be able to pay for. So then I want to go to kind of this one other piece around when we adopted the budget, the county recommended and the district's commitment to fiscal solvency as a planned expenditure reductions and or revenue enhancements in $10 million and then $10.5 million in 2021, 2020-21, and 2021-22, right? So there's a need to reduce moving into the future and to the upcoming years. And a lot of times people see numbers like that and they don't know where they came from. And so it said at least $10 million in 2021 and at least 10.5 in 21-22. And that was board resolution 1819-0219. So I want to explain to you where it came from. And I do want to actually make, there's a difference with the deck that was submitted and the deck that you're seeing right now. We'll post a revision around it. that there was an error in the way that the one-time funds actually carried across to all the bars. So we've made that adjustment here so that you all see it. So that 3% is the one-time funds that was actually paid to teachers in 1920. That's why it got a little confusing. Each year has a mid-year increase, so you see the ongoing percentage raise that OEA members are going to get. The final raise in the 21-22 school year is going to be that will be a kicker at the end of the 2021 school year. That's a 2.5% raise that goes into the following school year, right? And so that number, 22 million, is an important number to hold in mind because it adds up those two agreements is where that comes from. This just converts it into millions, so you can see the percentages are actually showing up in millions. And this does not include the other bargaining units that we're currently bargaining with right now. So that is something that we are opening up bargaining with AFSCME, UAOS, will be, I think, it's sunshining on the December 11th meeting, and the county is reviewing some of the other bargaining units that we've currently been working with. So one of the things that the budget did not also include is the SEIU, that did not include the SEIU agreement. And so the cost in 2021 for the SEIU agreement is an additional $3 million. That's one of the reasons why we're pointing to the December 11th first interim, because that will be the first time that it's fully into the budget, showing the SEIU agreement as well. So who's negotiating right now? I just wanted to kind of name who the people are. There are principals, assistant principals, custodians, truck drivers, accountants, nutritional services worker, our para-educators, carpenters. So just so you get a lens of these are people that are at school sites that are currently negotiating, and that is not factored into all the budget conversations that we've had to date. So here's some ongoing challenges. I'll go through this really quick because these are things you all know. You mentioned one earlier. Is flat funding and a possible recession moving up on the horizon. Increasing compensation, I've already talked about that, but also the STRS and PERS costs as they move forward. Increasing retirement benefits. Special education, we saw in the presentation earlier tonight, there are more students that are qualifying under autism and the services that go along with that. The state has actually just came out with a report that says it costs between $26,000 and $28,000 per student to provide those services. So there's a pretty intense cost there for the district. And then potential audit findings. That is something that we always have to keep our mind on. So based on the most recent financial data and the board's direction to use conservative revenue projections and assumptions, the staff recommends the board delay any final decision on restoring funds to school sites until the first interim report that will be accompanied by a revised multi-year budget projections that includes OEA and SEIU. There are significant trade-offs to be made. I think these are all good conversations for us to have in the community, and I just would encourage us to engage in that dialogue and make smart decisions on behalf of kids and the benefit of our employees. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So we are not, I don't believe well, there's a recommendation, there are two recommendations from staff here based on the data that was presented. Director Gonzalez, is there an expectation that the board is going to make a decision tonight? This has been provided more as a presentation.
Well, I don't think this was posted
discussion.
as an item for a vote.
Right.
I think really what this is a recommendation from staff to wait until next month when we have the revised multi-year projections that include the two contracts that have been settled. And then at that point, we could take up whether we want to return the 0.6 million to sites or whether we want to hold it in reserve, given the other unions that we are still in negotiation with.
Okay, great. So let's move now to board discussion. Director Hinton Hodge.
So, I think, sorry. So more and more, I think I get puzzled by, I have a reaction around savings and thinking that's a really good thing. But actually, in this particular case, it sounds like did I catch numbers of, sped savings, but like title savings of $6.5 million? And if title savings is for, those are for kids that I mean, there's a number of titles, either English language learners, students that are low income. So that makes me question, and I'm always pretty conservative around, school sites having lots of dollars that they don't utilize appropriately. So this feels uncomfortable for me. I mean, now, like, here I am going like, well, wait a minute, why wasn't this spent? And if we have academic performance and quality, a lack of quality in schools, and if people think money is the answer, why are we not using the money in the appropriate kind of manners? So that's a little bit of concern, because it doesn't sound like it's intentional savings, and so concerned. And then you paint this picture as if there's money that has gone back into sites, and we're going to see it at the first interim. So, but then riddle me why, like, there's schools that don't have their community school managers, right? They've lost, I think Castlemont's lost community school managers. Other schools have lost things. Westlake lost a lot of, services that were, I think, like a case manager, social worker. And they were, I'm sure someone figured out how to get them that, but it's always like, it's October and people are going, this is not what I need. I need more. And yet here's this resource sitting here. So this is a disconnect for me. And I'm thinking the team that you have built has been about trying to create equity on some level so that everyone is getting access to the resources that they need, and it's not just the rock star principals that figure it out. That institutionally we are doing something different with these resources to make sure kids who don't get served and kids who are right now not performing proficiently are being managed. So this is how I'm now reading this, is that it's not going where it needs to go. And I don't know if that's more Dr. Aguilera than you, Mr. Thomas.
Do you mind if I clarify?
Sure.
And I'm sorry if I misspoke.
No, I don't know.
The savings that were achieved here
Uh-huh.
were around vacancy savings. So
Okay.
that was in the unrestricted. There was a practice in the titles where we held back money, and it was a standard practice within the district to hold back some of the funds because we were unsure of what the federal government would necessarily do in their allocation to the district. It's a practice that the district used consistently over the past couple of years for that uncertainty around federal allocations. So some of that money was held back and distributed to schools very late. So this year, Chief Academic Officer Sandra Aguilera and the team have actually allocated out that funding, so we're no longer using that practice to make sure that those investments are targeted and get to students in schools. So that was actually not a result of just not allocating money because of savings or anything like that. It was a strategic move that had been past practice in the district to hold back about 10% of the titles. And some of it is carryover in certain spots for after school programs. There is I could definitely break that down for you as to which each of the titles and what was carried over and why.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll ask one more question. If you guys are moving away from the practice of holding back title funds, does that mean you're assuming that we are going to be receiving all of that money from the federal government? And what are the implications then if we have put that in one-pagers? And I'm not saying we shouldn't, but if we put it in one-pagers, school sites are counting on it, they hire people, and then after we adopt our budget, the federal government comes back and says, oh, sorry, actually, we're not going to do Title IV anymore, or whatever.
I think the assessment of the team was that the number was too high, that we were being too conservative around that, particularly when you're talking about title dollars that are serving kind of our most vulnerable youth. So that was a strategic decision that I think, and given the amount that carries over and at the end of the year, that we could do it differently. And I think that is kind of the direction that we're going. And I don't think that if you look at past patterns, I think that this is something that's been an ongoing issue around kind of not utilizing all of our restricted funds, and I think that that is a focus of our work. And the new strategic resource planning team is really dedicated to making sure that every dollar is spent in areas that serve students.
Any further comments from board members? I'm just going to ask this. It feels like a silly question, but in your deck, on one slide we show a contribution to the special ed program of about 1.4 million, and then in the next slide we have savings from special ed in the restricted fund of 1.4. Can you just help me with that?
So are you, in terms of, are you talking about referencing this slide?
So yes, on this, then the prior slide shows that the board approved a contribution to special ed.
I think the question, Mr. Thomas, if I understand it, is how can we both be reallocating additional money to special education at the same time that we have special education savings? Is that right?
Yes.
So I would just, in terms of which fund it's coming from, there's a distinction between where it's coming from.
Okay.
This is in the unrestricted fund balance for programming for students, right? That is legally mandated for us to do. This is a restricted funding source that was just, we did not spend the money that we had anticipated we'd spend in the previous year on the special ed. I believe it was consulting contracts within special ed. I can check for non-public schools in particular. But I could follow up and make sure that confirm that.
Yeah, it's just, it's a little confusing to me. It might be confusing to others.
Right.
And then finally, I just want to thank you for making clear recommendations. I really appreciate having the benefit of staff's best professional advice on this. So thank you for that. We'll come back for discussion. Is there any public comment on this matter? I don't think we'll need to. Okay, I guess there's no public. Oh, there he is. Okay, Mr. Mordecai.
No, Mr. Mordecai does not have a comment.
Thank you. He had no public comment. Okay, colleagues, we have about 7 minutes. Is there anything further for this? It sounds like this question of whether we should take any action on this will come back to us next month with the first interim. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to now move on to our next item, which is item 19-2201.
Move adoption.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? All right. Can we call the roll, please? No public comment.
Okay. On item 19-2201, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris. Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Item 1-2207.
Move adoption.
Second.
Is there any public comment? No public comment. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes. On the adoption of 19-2207, Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
And Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Mr. Mordecai, did you want to offer public comment on non-agenda items? I see you're still there.
I'll pass, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move now to item B,
Just for
adoption
your
of the pupil
information,
discipline
I'm
consent
DD at this
report.
time.
Is there a motion
Move
to approve?
adoption.
It's been moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Torres. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt the pupil discipline consent report, Director Torres. Director Hinton Hodge. Director Harris. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Item W, board members' reports. Are there any reports tonight?
I have a very, very brief report, which is that in terms of budget engagements, we will be doing one in District 6 on December 5th. I'm hoping to do it at Burkhalter, but it will go out in my newsletter. And then we're doing Cohort 3 engagements at Burkhalter. The next one will be this Tuesday at 5:30 if anyone from the Burkhalter community would like to participate.
Great, Director Torres.
The citywide parent engagement will be on Tuesday next week.
The one for your district.
From 6 to 8 with a parent panel in Spanish and English, and then the breakout groups, and hopefully get a very clear idea of what the shared vision is for District 5. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, District 3 will also be having a citywide parent engagement to be determined around place, possibly Beth Eden or Taylor Memorial, and that is Thursday, November the 21st, and it'll be in the evening as well, probably 5:30 to 8ish, with meal and translation and childcare available.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Yee?
District 4 is having its citywide engagement Tuesday, December 3rd from 6 to 8 o'clock at First Covenant Church in Oakland.
And I will announce that the District 1 meeting will be on December 10th from 6 to 10 at Emerson Elementary School. Okay, with that, I thank you all. We have some special meetings coming up. The next regularly scheduled board meeting will be in December. I believe it's the 11th. Thank you. Have a good evening. We're adjourned.